Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound. Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, signed. 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 Committee Room 29. 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 Signed. Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, 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 Sound. Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, 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 sound. Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, 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 sound. Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, 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 Sound. Committee Room 20.
Ready to go? Okay, members. So that is the committee into public session. So just housekeeping as normal. I would advise members that the committee meeting will be recorded and broadcast throughout Parliament buildings and online. I would advise those in the public gallery that they're welcome to use mobile devices as long as they're in airplane mode and that all devices are muted. You can connect to the Assembly Wi-Fi and the password details for that are available on the gallery rules, and it's not permitted to take photographs or record any of the meeting. So that's the housekeeping done. You're all very welcome here this afternoon for this sitting of the Education Committee. So item 1 on your agenda is apologies. So I have one apology from Colin, who's unable to be with us today, and also Danny is joining us online. So I'll just rely on the clerk and the team to make sure Danny is able to access okay, but it looks like he's on and has got audio there as well. So
yes, thank you.
Yep, you're there. Good stuff, Danny. And if I could just ask to keep me right to make sure I'm seeing if Danny does indicate. Item 2 on the agenda, chairperson's business. So for all devices muted, please.
I'll do another letter. Wasn't me this time.
Get those pouches in.
The pouches in. They're mission critical, Pat.
We need to definitely extend the pilot to this committee. Chairperson's business, item 2.1. It's very brief, hopefully straightforward. We have correspondence from the Institute of Physics. They are the Institute's CEO, Tom Grenier, will be visiting Northern Ireland on the 3rd and 4th of December. And had asked for a meeting with me as chair of the committee, and we've provisionally accepted that, just subject to committee approval. Are we agreed? Agreed. Okay. Item 3 then is declaration of interest. Do members have any interest they wish to declare in relation to today's agenda? Nope. As usual, please do declare anything that should arise during the course of any of the evidence sessions. Item 4 then is matters arising, and the only item I have on that is the oral statement from the Minister of Finance on public expenditure, and specifically the October monitoring round. So I would just refer members to that oral statement, that's at page 3 of tabled papers. Happy to open up the floor in terms of if we want to do anything with that. I'll bring in a sec, Karen, no problem. No, you're grand. I would have a proposal that we would write to the Minister, but Cara, do you want to just come in with anything that you were wanting to?
It's a different topic, so I don't want to interrupt you.
Right, okay. No, we'll go with this item first. So I would suggest that we should, now that because we had a budget briefing last week and we didn't have clarity on the allocations at that stage, so I think it would be appropriate that we do now write to the Minister and seek a written update on when he anticipates decisions are going to be taken on spending further to those new allocations. And I would want to emphasise particularly on teacher pay, because the Finance Minister was quite clear that the ministers were being given a directive to prioritise that. It was clearly one of the pressures listed in our briefing last week, so I would suggest that we do seek clarity on that, but I'm happy to hear if there's anything else anyone would suggest we would want to add to that correspondence, and if we are agreed. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, Cara, do you want to come in?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick points. I note Ofcom was here yesterday, and I had raised this last night as well, is I think maybe as a committee we should be probing the Department of Education around online harm. I'm mindful there's a bill that's been implemented, and it's really important we have AI, it's emerging and evolving every day. So to really understand what we're teaching our children and young people about this, and are we future-proofing them? Things are changing very rapidly in the world of tech. So I think that might be something we could inquire about. And then just the next point there is around, I've been contacted by the principal of Rossmore Special School in Limavady about the department is looking into post-19 provision and exploring potentially providing support up to the age of 25 and like a pilot programme at Rossmore Special School, just to get an update from the Minister on where that is and where it's going.
Absolutely. So to take those just in order, I would say on the online harm, are you thinking specifically in relation to maybe how this is dealt with at a curriculum level? Would it be appropriate to maybe ask, because we're getting a curriculum review briefing, to maybe see if that is something that can be factored in, but obviously if it's not, we can extend beyond that. Would members be content that we factor that into that briefing? And in terms of the special school, it's a specific pilot that is running, so I mean I'm content to propose we seek an update on that. Members are agreed? Great. Okay. So that takes us to item 5 of the agenda, draft minutes. So that's at page 9 of your packs, and that's at the committee meeting of the 6th of November. So I'm happy to propose that that's a complete and accurate record of proceedings.
There's a couple of things actually I was
going to raise it there, Matters Horizon, that we're missing from the finance asks that were available that I've requested. So I'd asked for a breakdown of the money around the childcare strategy, and just to make sure that we get that, and a breakdown of the costs on, I think it was in the future resource requirement around the independent review of education. We want to know what that expenditure was in more detail, so we make sure that's added in.
Through yourself, did we raise those in the correspondence?
The list that was in the minutes, it didn't seem to have been on it.
Okay. Well, can we make sure then that those specific
yeah, we do
items...
listen back and reflect all of the details. So, I can check that that's definitely in and follow up if it isn't.
In the correspondence, yep, absolutely. That's grand. Okay. So, other than that amendment, are we content that that's a complete and accurate record of the meeting? Sure. Okay. So that brings us on to our first evidence session of this afternoon's sitting, and it is as part of the committee inquiry into relationships and sexuality education. We have an oral briefing from Dr. Sophie King-Hill, so please feel free to bring Dr. King-Hill through. So there is a briefing note from the committee clerk at page 21, and then briefing papers at pages 20 through to 143 of table papers. I'll just let Dr. King-Hill get settled, and then we can do formal introductions. So those are the materials, but I'm assuming that the witness will want to make some opening remarks. So you're very welcome with us here at the Education Committee, so thank you for making the trip over to present into our inquiry, and we really do appreciate your input this afternoon. So we have received some of the materials you've sent through in advice, but we would ordinarily ask a witness to make any opening remarks or any opening presentation that they want to in relation to the subject. So I'm really happy to open the floor up to you now for up to 10 minutes of any opening remarks you want to make, and then we'll move on to question and answer with members. The way we usually operate the question and answer session is that for each individual member's inquiry, we take up to 5 minutes for that. So just to bear that in mind, both for the questions and preambles, and just how long you would sort of have as a guide to get through that. It's just to enable us to make sure we get through our agenda for the afternoon. But other than just reiterating you're very welcome here this afternoon, I'm happy to hand over to you to start the evidence session.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for inviting me. I've come over because this is an incredibly important topic. I'm an associate professor at the University of Birmingham in the Health Services Management Centre. My research is focused on sexual behaviours and assessment in children and young people, sexual health, misogyny, masculinity, relationships and sex education, and the importance of youth voice. Much of my work is cross-sector, cross-disciplinary and centred around participatory and co-design approaches with young people. I have researched and written extensively about sibling sexual behaviour and abuse, and I led half of the research for the Home Office and Ministry of Justice funded National Sibling Sexual Abuse Project in England and Wales. I have carried out research in a number of fields that link strongly to RSE, for example, incels, so exploring extreme online hatred of women. I've carried out research with young men and boys, and I've designed resources for schools with young people on RSE. I've been an academic for 10 years, and I think it's useful to highlight to the committee that I used to work within the third sector. I was the National Impact Coordinator for a leading young person's sexual health charity. I also used to teach RSE in schools to all ages, and prior to that I worked with teenage parents. These young parents were some of the most inspirational young people that I have ever met. And this work demonstrated to me over 20 years ago the importance of relationships and sex education and its link to the choices that young people make. Today, as I have 10 minutes to present to the committee, I am going to focus on 3 components of my work: young people's voices, the importance of RSE to safeguarding children in relation to the prevention and early intervention of child sexual abuse in all its forms, and the importance of working with boys and young men for the better outcomes of all genders. The research that I have carried out demonstrates that young people are eager to be involved in the design and delivery of the RSE that they need. By doing this, schools and leadership teams can ensure that the RSE that is provided is fit for purpose and supports children and young people in negotiating and making sense of the world that they live in. Consistently, young people are telling us that they are being taught what they already know. They also tell us that because of poor RSE, they are using other means to learn about relationships and sex. The majority of this learning comes from the internet. This includes going to pornography or various social media platforms or discussion forums. These platforms and forums can be incredibly informative and positive, or incredibly damaging and negative. This aspect also links strongly to the opt-out aspect of RSE for parents. This is incredibly dangerous. It does not mean that children and young people are not going to get information on relationships and sex. It means they will get the information. However, it may be diluted off their peers or from flawed internet sources. I would also like to highlight here that my research is not standalone and echoes a wealth of research from a number of fields in this area. I do appreciate that tangible examples are needed of how this may look. So leading with RSE with young people's voices can be carried out by involving children and young people in session planning, school policy design and evaluation. Participatory approaches also support teachers, parents and school leadership teams in understanding the landscape that children and young people have to negotiate in modern society. This approach works well and ensures that children and young people can flourish. Children and young people are not passive in their learning. They have agency, and professionals need to work with them to ensure good, robust, realistic and supportive RSE can take place to meet their needs. In relation to this, more work with parents and carers does need to take place. It needs to be acknowledged that many parents and carers are not comfortable talking with children and young people about RSE. With this, we have to be supportive and bring parents and carers into schools to understand the research that underpins good RSE and how it protects rather than harms children and young people. In the same vein, teachers and educators need to be extended the same understanding in a whole school proactive approach to RSE. Good, robust and evidence-based training is crucial for teachers, and there also needs to be an avenue for them to state when they feel that they cannot teach aspects of RSE. As my research with children and young people clearly indicates, if a teacher isn't comfortable teaching certain sessions, then no deep learning will take place. It is useful to note that early evidence-based RSE does not encourage sexual activity, and abstinence education does not work. This approach fosters shame and shuts down important dialogue. Good RSE has been shown to delay sexual activity in young people by supporting informed choices. This is not only echoed in my research, but that of the Sex Education Forum, UNESCO and the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, for example. Despite this evidence, education on developmentally appropriate sexual behaviours in children and young people is still fraught with issues due to the perception of sexual behaviours and the position of children and young people and how they are perceived in wider society. However, it is vital to keep in mind that children and young people are entitled to robust evidence-based RSE that can support them to negotiate the sexual world around them and make informed choices about their own sexual behaviour. Schools also require flexibility when responding to urgent contextual needs of children and young people, the sharing of pornography, for example. Evidence clearly indicates the need to be led by the context into which the RSE is situated, underpinned by the perspectives of children and young people. Not accounting for this can create inadequate learning environments and prevent the urgent need of children and young people being met. Robust, incremental and well-planned RSE can be the first step in combating and reducing child sexual abuse, sibling sexual abuse and behaviour, child sexual exploitation and harmful sexual behaviour in children and young people. My research and that of others makes a clear link to why robust evidence-based RSE can work as a vehicle for encouraging young people to engage with safe adults in their lives, which fosters early reporting of experiences of harm and abuse. Inhibiting RSE is proven not to work and results in barriers to reporting and compromises safeguarding. Children and young people are more vulnerable when information, concepts and education in RSE is hidden from them. The school should be a safe place to raise awareness of what abuse is and to model healthy relationships. All aspects of harmful sexual behaviour and child sexual abuse can be prevented and recognised through good, realistic and well-taught RSE. An example of this can be seen through the National Sibling Sexual Abuse Project in England and Wales, where I co-led the research. This project found that sibling sexual abuse and behaviour was often contextualised in a dysfunctional family setting and that a large proportion of reporting took place when the survivors were adults. This was due to the lack of recognition of the harm that was taking place as a child. The study found that good RSE can support children and young people in this situation to recognise earlier when they are being sexually harmed, resulting in earlier reporting, leading to more positive lifelong outcomes. This also strongly links to Article 34 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which states that governments must protect children from all forms of sexual abuse and exploitation. One of the key components of my recent work relates specifically to young men and boys. My research and that of others strongly indicates a need for sexual violence prevention strategies that directly engage with young men and boys to reduce violence against women and children by facilitating the inclusion of the voices of young men and boys. Working with young men and boys appears to be the solution when aiming to reduce sexual and gender-based violence and negative outcomes for young men and boys. Toxic influences have gained traction of late, negatively influencing them, which tells us, as a society, we have failed our young men and boys. In England, the Ofsted review in 2019 on harassment in schools found that nearly 9 in 10 girls said that their peers were sent unwanted explicit pictures or videos, with nearly 50% of boys reporting the same. 92% of girls and 74% of boys said that sexist name-calling happened to them and their peers. Since March 2021, over 50,000 testimonials of young people's experiences of sexual harassment and violence in school have been shared on the Everyone's Invited website. This includes all of the UK and Ireland. Despite this, there is very little work that specifically captures the voice of the boy in relation to sexual harassment. However, there is a wealth of research that states that dialogue, understanding and communication is a key aspect of culture shift. The Women and Equalities Committee in England, Scotland and Wales suggest an urgent need to directly engage with young men and boys. In my work and research with young men and boys, I have found that a blame culture compounds rather than solves the issue. Blaming boys is counterproductive. I would like to highlight that this is not an apologist position. Women are overwhelmingly beaten, raped and murdered by men. However, a new perspective needs to be taken under the RSE umbrella because what we are doing to combat this problem is seemingly not working. Young men and boys need to be supported and empowered to be part of the solution. Violence experienced by boys from boys needs more recognition. Consent education also needs to focus upon young men and boys and whether they consent to sexual activity, as this is not yet part of the conversation. Mental health issues in young men and boys needs more attention, and at the moment no gender is winning. So to summarise, there is a wealth of evidence that supports robust and well-planned RSE that is incremental from a young age. RSE is nuanced and complex. The voices of children and young people should be central to RSE design. Little or no RSE or RSE that is not grounded in robust research results in long-term, lifelong negative outcomes for many children and young people. Good research-based RSE can prevent, reduce and foster early intervention of all aspects of child sexual abuse. Good and realistic RSE can create a safe space for children and young people to both recognise and report sexual harm. More training and support for teachers is required. More direct work is needed for young men and boys. This needs to be done with the well-being of all genders in mind and to complement violence against women and children strategies that are in place. This also has to be complemented with a positive perspective given to young men and boys to foster successful mental health outcomes for them. To conclude, I would like to highlight that it's the right of children and young people to have access to robust, research-based and realistic RSE.
Thank you very much. It's been a really helpful presentation. I want to focus in on the youth engagement aspect of it and that co-design approach that you refer to. And there's two levels to that, I suppose. So that's at maybe the higher curriculum level and then at school level in terms of how individual programmes are defined. How would you set out, or can you even give us any examples of where this has worked well? So what good practice would look like? And I'm thinking maybe at both those levels, at curriculum design and at school level in terms of engaging young people.
So I carried out a piece of research with children and young people, young people aged 14 and 15. So I had some research money from the Economic and Social Research Council through the University of Birmingham to design a resource for relationships and sex education in England. And I met with these young people, gave them the curriculum and said, right, choose a topic, let's create a resource. And they sat there for a while and they said, actually, we don't need a resource. We need to create something to advise teachers and school leadership teams what we need, because we are being consistently taught things we already know. It's embarrassing. We're not learning anything. The teachers are embarrassed. So I co-created with them, completely led by them. It was a guide for teachers and leadership teams, and it's called A Student's Guide to What You Don't Know. And in terms of the things that the young people were advising, they were talking about being involved from the outset. They wanted to learn about curriculum design. They wanted to be on an advisory board in the school to direct what's being taught to them, but they needed a safe space to say what they were already learning and being exposed to in wider society, for example, on the internet. In terms of how that looks in the classroom, this can be based, it has to be contextually based. So for instance, if extreme pornography is being shared in a classroom, there has to be a lesson on that fairly quickly. But they have to be involved in that to help construct how they are taught, what they are taught, and to cater to their needs. You know, if I think about it, I'm 45 now, and I know now, compared to young people in this arena, I know nothing. They are the experts in the world that they are living in today, and we have to be led by them. But we have the infrastructures to do that, but it can't be tokenistic.
So to make sure I've understood that correctly, that there's an element that you're saying at the design stage, that you think that young people should be involved in school through whatever mechanism the school can make that happen, but also there should be a responsiveness in almost in real time to respond to what young people are saying. How does that work alongside we've heard a lot of evidence around the need for RSE to be more standardised so that it's not a patchy provision? Is there a risk with a very responsive programme that you could lose then core elements that we've agreed everybody really needs to be receiving this? So how would you strike that balance?
Definitely need the core elements and the infrastructure. So that needs to be there to ensure that things that need to be taught are being taught. But there needs to be a degree of flexibility around that. But there does have to be the framework and clear guidelines of what should be taught.
I have one other question. We are still very much working through what issues in this committee we can agree on in relation to RSE and what we can't, and there's a divergence of views on some of these issues. But if when we reach the point of generating a report where we may make some recommendations, particularly around what perhaps needs to be included in minimum content that isn't, how would you suggest, if there was any sort of review more broadly at departmental level of RSE curriculum, that the department could engage with young people around what they're saying they need, not just what the Education Committee is saying should be on there?
Absolutely. You know, that's a really good question. So first of all, it can't be tokenistic. Quite often, and I've seen this in this arena quite a few times, it'll be like a tick box exercise that, oh yes, we've got a group of young people. They have to truly listen. And on the research projects that I've got, so I've got a large-scale research project at the moment that's looking at the sexual behaviours of children and young people aged 13 to 18. As part of that, I've got a steering group of young people. So I've got a steering group of 13 to 15-year-olds and a steering group of 16 to 18-year-olds. And that's one of the best ways to get steer and to get advice from young people. Have a really structured steering group of young people from lots of different diverse backgrounds feeding in, but it can't be tokenistic. You know, it can't be a tick box exercise. They have to be listened to, because to safeguard them and to look after their well-being, they're the experts. They are telling us time and time again that they're not getting the education that they need, that we're imposing it on them. So we have to listen.
Oh, it's a challenge that we encounter, because we've identified when the regulations here changed recently, when the Secretary of State introduced some of the new regulations around minimum content, the consultation exercise around that captured a tiny proportion of young people's views, but and it's important parents are heard, but a huge proportion of parents, and it felt that the something was a bit out of balance there with that. So I think if there were to be any future changes, we would want to redress that. But no, look, thank you very much. I'm happy to open up to members. Deputy Chair, do you want to come in first?
Yes, Chair, thank you, and thank you, Sophie, for coming and your presentation today. We had a roundtable event last night with different stakeholders, and one of the issues that came up was that given the controversy there is around RSE here, parents have been subject to a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and there's a view in some quarters out there that RSE is about sexualising children rather than providing them with information for their own protection and for their own good. And one of the contributors who is actually part of an organisation that goes into schools and delivers RSE said that in any situation where he has spoken to parents who are suspicious about the delivery of RSE, he has been able to convince them that it's a good thing. What's your own experience in that area?
So, first of all, wherever we are in the world, talking about sexual behaviours in children and young people is really emotionally charged. And I think we can't condemn parents for wanting what they think is the best for their child. You know, no parent is making, or the majority of parents aren't making decisions around their young people, having sex education specifically, without their well-being in mind. But that is exactly the same experience as me. Once you talk to the parents and you show them the research, so I'm a governor at a secondary school in England, and this is what we come up against time and time again. As soon as you talk to the parents, you show them the evidence, then they're on board. You know, we're trying to protect children. As I said, you know, my research from the Sex Ed Forum, from NICE, from UNESCO, all says that young people delay sex the more information that they have. We've also got to talk to parents and carers about the reality of the world that young people live in terms of exposure to really highly sexualised content without context. And even if they did try to restrict mobile phone use, for example, which I know has been in the discourse in England quite a lot, it won't work. Because even if they haven't got a phone, and for instance, if there's pornography on a phone, someone will show them. There's a lot of evidence that states that most, if not all, children and young people by the age of 18 will have seen pornography, whether unintentionally or intentionally. And that's what we need to talk to parents about, is they live in this society where there's exposure to lots of different things. So they need a safe, robust space where they can explore the things they might have seen and learn about things that is going to keep them safe. This is all about children's well-being and safeguarding.
And how do you feel, therefore, about the opt-out clauses that exist in terms of the delivery of RSE, that parents can opt their children out?
Opt-out is dangerous. It really is. Evidence supports that. It's a really dangerous move to opt out of certain aspects of relationships and specifically sex education, because it doesn't mean they're not going to get the education. It means their peers might talk to them in the playground, but it might be diluted or skewed. It means they might go looking for information on the internet, so they might go to pornography, but they might also go to discussion forums and social media platforms. Don't get me wrong, some of these discussion forums and accounts are really good. They're research-based, you know, and there's a lot of good information for children and young people, but there's a lot out there that are bad, really negative. For instance, we found on the Incel project that I led, so looking at extreme violence against women and specifically girls online, a lot of especially young boys, were typing questions into the internet, but being tipped into these discussion forums that were underpinned by incel ideologies. And I think we've got to really bring it back to school, to the safe space. And I think opt-out means that their relationships and sex education will be patchy, will be diluted, and puts them at significant risk of harm.
Thanks for that. Just one other question in relation to the issue you raised yourself about we have to stop blaming boys. And how do you do that? Because if you take the situation here, for example, we have the highest rate of femicide in the whole of Europe. Maybe Romania is in front of us, but that's the height of it. And very high rates of domestic abuse and violence against women and girls. And it seems to me that the natural instinct is to blame men and boys. How do you get around that? How do you deal with that particular issue?
I think you're absolutely right. You know, there's this big broad brush blame, but that doesn't take away from the fact that boys and men disproportionately harm women and girls in this arena. It's not taken away from that. But the minute you start blaming a whole gender, you shut down really important dialogue. So in terms of how to do this, I'll give a little example of one of the young men that I'd worked with on my Young Men and Boys project. He said, I'm always told I'm part of the problem, but I'm never allowed to be part of the solution. And that, that I found that so profound coming out of the mouth of a 15-year-old boy. So when I've worked with young men and boys, what we have to do is create a safe space to start to unpick the problem, unpick the resentment, unpick how they feel about women and girls, how they feel about men and boys and other genders, and how they feel about themselves. But that safe space truly has to be a safe space, and we have to be ready to hear things that we might not like listening to. We don't want them to stick to a social script and saying things we want to hear. We really need to get them on board and talk about this with young men and boys, and then translate that to a wider platform. And I think, for me, sometimes in the job that I've done over the last 20 years, it can feel like you're running through treacle. But for this arena with young men and boys, I've got some optimism. Even in the last 5 years, I've seen a really distinct shift in the way that people are talking about young men and boys. And one of the reasons for this are the toxic influencers online. It's really made society sit up and listen and think, wow, we really need to do something. If we've created a vacuum where people like that, these toxic influencers, can get traction. So I think there is a shift, but we've got to keep the momentum going. We've got to have these conversations. And, we also have to state, it's not an apologist position. This is a realistic position. We really want to solve this problem. But violence against women and children is not reducing. So what we're doing at the moment is not working.
Can I just come in just quickly on the back of that? When we have had engagement with young people, there's been quite a strong thread coming through that they don't like an approach that separates girls and boys off for different lessons. But on this specific issue, would you advocate that there is a need for some specific bespoke work with boys, whether or not that's in the school setting or a youth work setting? Can you maybe just very quickly, because I want to bring others in, but just to get...
So first of all, I'm a huge advocate of mixed gender teaching. I think it's very important for everybody to know the reality of relationships and sex in the world that they live in. Sometimes there might be specific work with young men and boys, so they feel they've got that safe space. But also there's something to be said with mixing genders when you're having this conversation. But again, it's going to be context dependent in terms of the schools.
Thank you. Michelle, you'd indicated.
Thank you so much for your evidence. Really, you come here with such authority in terms of research, but also you've taught RSE. I mean, it gives you a really unique perspective on this, which really adds weight to what you're telling us. You've referenced teachers a number of times in your evidence, so I wanted to ask that from a couple of angles. First of all, there's a really stark quote from your some of the papers sent over. It says, teaching staff and schools need more evidence-based teaching and training resources on how to teach about sex and relationships, not guidance that may leave them fearful about doing or saying the wrong thing. So I think you're capturing there the teacher who wants to teach the subject, who wants to do it well. What training do we provide to those teachers? What would your advice be on how we get that right for them?
I think, again, in the same vein as the children and young people, we have to start listening to teachers. Again, giving them that safe avenue to say, I don't really feel very comfortable teaching this for a number of different reasons, although I'm very passionate about it. I'm uncomfortable, but I need to explore that. We don't even have that dialogue at the moment where a teacher, very rarely, can go to a leadership team and say, I cannot teach Year 9s this today. We're not there yet. In terms of teacher support and training, it's again having those open forums and discussions about what they feel they can teach, how they can teach it, but also teachers now, and if I speak in terms of the English context, because of the draft guidance that came out with the previous government, teachers now are really cautious and really guarded, and they're really scared of backlash. So again, it's working with them about the research evidence that you've got to show them, you know, this is underpinned by research. We're protecting children. We're not sexualising children. So a lot of it will be reassurance, but again, it's that dialogue needs to happen that in a lot of cases it's not there yet.
And we talk a lot about parental opt-outs, but I guess, and that's something that's quite a formal thing, there's a procedure and forms, but there is also then really this teacher opt-out that they can, without those kind of procedures and forms, decide to opt themselves out of teaching this subject. How do you feel about that in terms of, is that acceptable? You've talked about listening to teachers, and I think that's really positive. But just if a teacher just decides in a lesson, I'm just not going to teach that, that surely can't be right. How do you feel about that kind of sort of teachers opting themselves out?
So I think it can't be kind of just, it's very complex.
Yeah.
So in terms of teachers opting out, there has to be an avenue for them to say, I'm not comfortable teaching this topic. Because the children and young people tell us consistently, in my research and research of others, if RSE is taught by someone who's uncomfortable or embarrassed, it's horrible. There's no learning takes place. It compounds shame around sex. But also it can't be, the reasons why they want to opt out need to be explored by the school leadership team and addressed if it's an ideological position, for example, or if it is a discomfort position. There's work to be done there within the school setting. But there is nothing worse than a teacher teaching something that they're uncomfortable with, because they may give incorrect information, they make the young people feel embarrassed, and no deep, substantial, valuable learning takes place. But I completely take your point on board. It can't be just right, I'm not teaching that. It's why. But there's no avenue for them to talk about that at the moment.
What if the school leadership are almost endorsing that position as well? What if they are like, that's fine, I agree with you, you should opt out?
Yeah, someone has to teach it in the school.
Yeah.
And if there are no teachers in the school that feel that they can teach it, then an outside agency, underpinned by research, legitimate, need to be brought in. Yeah. So it does not sidestep relationships and sex education, because to do that is dangerous.
Yeah. One last thing, there's something else that jumped out in your briefing. You talked about RSA, and you talked about how it can be used, it has been used as your words are, a valuable political pawn. And that sort of links to Pat's point around the misinformation. We definitely had an awful lot of that here, where the conversation was very much hijacked at the start and presented in a way that even for people like myself, words would have been put in my mouth almost about what I think and what I feel and what my agenda here is, that I would have no I could not recognise those words in my mouth at all. But it does seem like this has become a tool in a culture war. How can we navigate that to make sure that we can get the policies and the evidence-based RSE curriculum in our schools and avoid the hysteria and the moral outrage that has polluted the conversation?
Safeguarding has to be the driver. It's very difficult to disagree when you're saying, I'm looking after children and young people, their well-being under a safeguarding umbrella. It's going to be emotionally charged. You know, it's sexual behaviours in children and young people. As adults, we can't even talk about developmentally appropriate sexual behaviours in adults. You know, so within wider society, across the UK, Ireland, the world, you know, there's a discomfort anyway talking about this. So it's very easy to tap into those emotions and use something like this as a political pawn. But to do that is damaging. And the people it is damaging are children and young people. But it is all about safeguarding, robust research, which transcends everything. And it has to be robust, evidence-based discussions that have to be had.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Michelle. Peter, you had indicated.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Sophie, for coming over and sharing with us. I'll start just where sort of Michelle left off with the opt-out, and obviously we have the exact formation and we have guidance that's come through from the department around abortion in particular, and that's where the opt-out kicks in, and it works for years 8, 9 and 10, and then there's another aspect of it at year 12. In terms of that opt-out, I mean, I think you said on the way through it was dangerous. I mean, we have a number of different types of schools in Northern Ireland. We have a large Catholic sector. We have then a controlled sector as well. In terms of particularly, well, actually not even the Catholic sector, but other faiths would fall into this bracket as well. If there are children there whose parents perhaps have a religious objection to the teaching around particularly abortion, I take your point on safeguarding some of these issues. As a committee, we already agreed on it's mission critical, and some of the wider stuff you've touched on as well. But in that particular area where parents perhaps wouldn't agree, or perhaps even children would have a view on abortion, how would that opt-out work, or do you think it still shouldn't apply?
I do, yeah. I think to not teach children and young people about the reality of the world around them is dangerous. We're not equipping them with the knowledge they need. And they need to learn it in a safe space. It has to be without any kind of agenda behind it, and teaching the facts around abortion as basic healthcare for women.
Okay. And what about the rights of parents in that? If parents have a particular view and are bringing up their children perhaps with a faith background, how do you reconcile those two, given the fact that the Human Rights Act Article 2 underpins a parent's rights to bring up their child with a faith background?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not negating that or sidestepping that at all. I come from Birmingham, which is a really kind of multi-faith city, and I'm very proud to come from there. But it's safeguarding, we have to give children and young people the information. But in terms of parents as well, we have to be gentle with them. This isn't condemning parents either or their belief systems, but it's about bringing them in, talking to them about the research evidence, about teaching, about the reality of the society around young people, because to take that information away from them is detrimental.
Taking to your written evidence, if I may, you published an article, Proposed Sex Education Guidance in England Goes Against Evidence and May Well Lead to Harm. I'm sure you're more than aware of the evidence yourself. In that written evidence, you state that the new guidance from DFE, when considering the wealth of evidence, these proposals are nothing short of dangerous. And then later on, you cite some of those proposals, which I'll read out for the committee's benefit. The proposals on RSE curriculum in terms of when these subjects are taught. So I suppose this is moving to a point where whatever the curriculum is, and you reference it yourself in your evidence, when should these subjects be taught? The DFE guidance suggests that puberty should not be taught before 8, sex education before 9, direct references to suicide before age 11, and no explicit discussion of sexual acts before age 13. In terms of your position on that, do you feel those are too late?
There's no evidence for them. Those positions are not underpinned by any evidence at all in terms of the impact on young people. If we take child sexual abuse, for instance, if we're not talking about sexual acts before they're 13, how can they recognise when harm is being done to them? I must point out, though, that this was a draft by the previous government, and we're not entirely sure what's going to happen with that or any of the components. We're hoping, the new curriculum inquiry is going to look at this in a lot more detail. But all of those that you've listed are not underpinned by evidence. There's no developmental evidence on that for teaching those at those ages. There's nothing to say at 13 you must teach this because, and the evidence to back that up.
In terms of what you mentioned there about sort of, perhaps a child being abused and so forth and not knowing because they weren't taught it because there's no explicit discussion of sexual acts before age 13. I mean, I have a 9-year-old in school and they've gone through the NSPCC PANTS programme. I mean, kids of 8 know exactly, and that is something I'm sure the committee all agrees on. All our children go through those programmes, so they recognise that if, stranger danger, asking other people asking to touch something on them. I mean, they recognise that, and that's at age 8. That doesn't really answer my question about do you feel those ages are clearly, if you oppose the guidance, you feel those ages are too late. Except those ages are to me and some parents, I'm sure in Northern Ireland, quite stark. Do you feel these subjects should be taught? I mean, taking suicide, for example, before age 11?
Yes, I do, but it's got to be age appropriate, and incremental. So talk about mental health and well-being. But these things, we need to address them. It's the reality of the society that we live in. So yes, I do. I think all of those are too late. But it has to be age appropriate in the way that it's addressed.
Yeah. No,
and incremental.
I accept that. I think the challenge is what is age appropriate, and clearly some of those things are incredibly sensitive subjects. And I suppose in terms of some of them, I think parents would clearly like to have a view, and I think again there's a little bit of agreement on the committee that actually whatever's being taught in RSE needs to be available, needs to be accessible for parents. So we're aware of all that. That is there's commonality there. However, I would reflect that certainly in terms of the stuff that I've seen in the draft guidance, I think certainly my view is, and I think a lot of parents' views are that even those ages. I mean, obviously you're suggesting they're too late. Some parents might say they're too early based on DFE guidance. But anyway, that's okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to come in there. Maybe you may make the same point. I think it's important to note we're talking about a different jurisdiction in terms of, in case anybody watching the committee thinks that there is a set of draft guidance for the department here. So
yeah, no,
I understand you're widening the point out, but just
DFE.
to be clear for accuracy, in terms of our inquiry, that the draft guidance that is being referred to does not apply here. Or
absolutely.
I want to create more misinformation around this,
so
which
we need to just be clear on that. But yeah.
To be fair, I wasn't doing it. I wasn't doing it to create a misinformation.
Just if anybody misheard that and thought that we were referring to Northern Ireland, they may have a perception that we're talking about Northern Ireland, and that would be misinformation.
It would be, except for the fact that I actually referenced the guidance in England, and the fact it was DFE. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Chair.
First of all, it's draft guidance, it's not statutory. I think we've got to highlight, it's really important that we highlight that. I think as well, in terms of picking up on those points, we've got to be realistic about the world that young people live in today. If there were strict parameters on things like teaching suicide, for instance, but then a child comes in and says that they've been searching suicide because they heard the word on the internet. I mean, I've seen 3-year-olds with smartphones now. Schools have to be able to pick that up. They cannot be restricted, otherwise they cannot safeguard the child or young person. If we take puberty, some people can start their periods at age 9. If puberty is not being taught till age 8, that for me is too late. But it has to be age appropriate and incremental.
I certainly accept it has to be age appropriate and incremental. I looked up the average age of puberty, and it's 12. That's from a health body in the UK, and actually here it's suggesting age 8. So I mean, I don't dispute the fact it needs to be age appropriate. I don't dispute the fact that in the example that you gave, where a child perhaps sees something very disturbing, such as suicide, for me that's a pastoral issue in the school. I don't accept that because a child saw that the whole class should be taught about suicide. I think if that is referenced in a school, there are really good safeguarding procedures in place and really good pastoral guidance in place in our school. For me, that's a pastoral issue that the school could pick up and address, with the child. But I've got over my time, Chair. I apologise.
So, yes.
I'll just pick up on
if you want to.
So at age 12, that's an average, which means some do start their periods at 9. So that happens, and then they will talk to their peers about it. And I think that's something we've got to remember. Children have agency. Children communicate with each other. Children have access to the internet. We can't be naive about this. No.
Deputy Chair.
I just wanted to come in with a point, because it was an issue that was raised last night. I mean, one of the reasons behind RSE is so that children can be educated as to what abuse is, what it looks like, and how they can articulate if they're being abused themselves. And one of the cases raised last night was a young girl was being abused by her uncle, and he was saying he was putting his handkerchief in her pocket. And she was actually repeating that. But if she had been able to say he was putting his penis in her vagina, then that abuse would have come to light a lot sooner than it did, So, it's important that even very young children, are educated in the proper terminology to use also.
100%. Completely agree with that. We have to be giving them the terminology and the tools where they can protect themselves as well. And understand when things that are happening to them shouldn't be happening to them, and then then have the safe space to go and talk to somebody about it, a safe adult.
But as we've said before, I agree, Pat, absolutely. But as we've said before in the committee, that's a safeguarding. You know, that is well, safeguarding may form part of the RSC curriculum debate and inquiry that we're having. That is a safeguarding thing. We all heard the NSPCC here. No one disputes and everyone welcomes the fact that PANTS is being delivered in our schools. The mission critical part of this whole thing for me is keeping children safe, and there must be age appropriate safeguarding taught in schools. That is happening. The NSPCC are doing that. The wider topics that we're debating here are ones that are more contested. So, sure.
David, I'll bring you in.
Sure. Peter doesn't need, protection from me, but just my own feeling is that there's been a few times whenever it's been inferred that things are misinformation, whenever what it is there are just differing views and differing focus on different issues. I think the context of this discussion, with the nature of the research and so on that the witnesses given, is largely in the context of England and what we're familiar with, and as it applies to our own system. I think it's unfair to infer that in any way is misinformation to refer to English guidance. It may require clarity, but I just think that there's been a number of occasions now where, when a different view is being put, that it's inferred that it's misinformation almost on a deliberate basis, and I think that's something that members should reflect on.
I could respond. I raised the jurisdiction issue purely because of someone picking up the conversation may have missed that nuance, and it was just important. It was not to say that the question was invalid. It was just to clarify a point of fact.
Chair.
Okay, so do we have any other indications, Karen?
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. It was incredibly detailed and you can really see your passion on the topic. I just have one question. I done a member statement on Tuesday around, I spoke with a PhD researcher based in Queen's here in Belfast, and she had done a piece of research on the Churchill Fellowship around looking at ways that we can make young boys feel empowered and listened to ultimately. And she had done research in America, and she met a team called A Future Without Violence, coaching boys into men. And basically the model of this program was it would be a trusted male role model, whether it's a coach, a teacher, who would basically gather young boys in the class and have conversations with them, talk to them about leadership, what it is to respect women, talk through challenges, and being a teenager is a difficult time in anyone's life. Is there any kind of projects or programs like that that you have seen that you think that we could replicate and implement here?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there were quite a few. You've got to look at what's out there and then translate it to your context. But I can supply the committee with a list of agencies and research in that area, not just my research on young men and boys, but other academics and professionals in the field, if that would be useful.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That's it. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Short and sweet. That's good.
Cheers.
Any other indications? Danny's on screen. Were you looking to come in, Danny?
No, I've no questions. Just really enjoyed the contributions. Thanks very much. Really appreciate that.
No other indications, so I think that's brought us to the end of our evidence session. So thank you again for your time. Appreciate that you've travelled to be here with us today, so it is appreciated, and we will certainly take all that evidence away and feed that into our final report. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm not aware of any specific actions arising, other than to take a note of the evidence. Or is there anything from any members at all?
I just found it really helpful. Thought it was a really good briefing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So that's grand. We will move on then to the next item on our agenda, which is again on the committee inquiry, and it's an oral briefing from Professor Maria Lohan, and I would refer you to the committee clerk's briefing note at page 24, a biography of the professor at page 26, and a report then at page 30, plus a full briefing paper at page 175 of table papers. So if you're happy to bring the witness through.
Hello. Hello.
Please take a seat. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
I'll just let you get settled.
Thank you very much.
So, look, good afternoon and welcome to the Education Committee this afternoon. With that, thank you very much for your time and for joining us today to give your evidence. You've provided us with some briefing material in advance, which members will have all had the opportunity to look at. So I'm really happy to hand over to you at this stage for any opening remarks that you want to make or initial presentation. We would usually ask for that to be up to 10 minutes in length, and certainly up to would be to emphasise that. And then we'll move to question and answer from members really around your evidence and how it relates to our committee inquiry. We have David and the Deputy Chair Pat are here, but they both have had to nip out. But they will be back.
Okay.
They will be back in the room before long. When it comes to questions, we have usually set aside time of around 5 minutes per inquiry for each member.
Yes.
So it's just to bear that in mind in terms of just how long it takes to respond to the question. But obviously, we can be flexible in terms of whatever the subject matter might be. But really, at this stage, I'm happy to hand over to you to take it from there.
Thank you very much. Well, very nice to meet you all. I suppose I would like to begin by saying the two takeaway messages that I think are important from my presentation today can be summarised by two words, which are relationships and co-production. And so they come from the idea that first, mostly people have concerns in relation to relationship and sexuality education that I think can largely be addressed in the design of the curriculum. And the materials taught in schools can be produced in a positive collaboration between researchers, schools, meaning also pupils, teachers, and parents. And second, the concern many people have with relationship and sexuality education is that all too often it's thought of as being just about sexuality education, which of course it is primarily also about relationships education, good quality relationships, including sexual relationships. And I know your committee has been sitting for a while and you're all very well versed in this area, but just for the sake of getting off on the same hymn sheet, if you like, with me today, I'd like to just offer the following definition of comprehensive sexuality education from UNESCO. So this is a curriculum-based process of teaching and learning about the cognitive, emotional, physical and social aspects of sexuality. It aims to equip children and young people with knowledge, skills, attitudes and values that will empower them to realise their health, well-being and dignity, develop respectful social and sexual relationships, and consider how their choices affect their own well-being and that of others, and understand and ensure the protection of their rights throughout their lives. So that's the definition that I'm using today and referring to when I talk about comprehensive sexuality education. So as we also all know, comprehensive sexuality education is a human right of the child as defined by the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child. But I think what I want to also bring to you is the research which designates really from young people's perspectives that it's a need. So a great deal of research among young people have expressed that CSE is a need for young people. And human rights standards state the curricula should be developed with young people's input, including co-design of services and programmes with young people. The international policy community has also expressed this need. The United Nations provides guidance, technical guidance and standards that I found very useful over the many years that I've been developing and designing RSE. So they have developed very helpful guidelines. And I think helpfully also the World Health Organization has reviewed the evidence on comprehensive sexuality education and concluded from all of this evidence that CSE can help adolescents to develop knowledge and understanding, positive values, respect for gender equality, diversity and human rights, and attitudes and skills that contribute to safe, healthy and positive relationships. And then it comes to, well, why schools? And really the research here says that schools are key to the universal delivery of comprehensive sexuality education. And young people who cite school as their main source of information about sex are less likely to report unsafe sex and previous STI diagnosis. In addition, school-based CSE is considered to be the most cost-effective way of delivering CSE, sex education. So more cost-effective than extracurricular interventions. However, I would also say to you that, and UNESCO would also acknowledge that out-of-school provision is less researched, and they would also acknowledge that, you know, in the philosophy of the WHO, leave no one behind, it won't reach everyone, and in particular it leaves out young people in care, incarcerated young people, and also displaced populations, so we should also think about those. Then I'd like to just move to research which kind of gives us a perspective on, well, how do you do good CSE? If CSE is necessary, if it should be taught in schools, well, now how do you do good CSE? And the evidence that I want to present to you today is brought from systematic reviews of evidence rather than being persuaded by one study or another. So it's an amalgamation of a great body of evidence. And in fact, most recently I was asked to summarise this for UNESCO, and I summarised the evidence from 40 systematic reviews. So it's based on a very large body of research. And the key components that I would identify from this in terms of good CSE are teacher training and a curriculum-based approach, which really means a scaffolding approach, bringing in issues at developmentally appropriate stages, but bringing them in consistently along the curriculum. The use of theoretically based programs which would target knowledge, skills, and attitudes. And that really just means a pedagogically sound approach to teaching CSE in the way that you might do any other subject, thinking about it holistically. The use of culturally sensitive and gender-sensitive interventions. And this was an area that I concentrated particularly in the development of RSE here in Northern Ireland as well, because we were very mindful that the research stated that boys can often disengage from CSE in particular. Disengage is at best and sometimes at worst be disruptive in classes actually, and so therefore they can be somewhat alienated from RSE, and we often focus it in on girls. So gender-sensitive programs that also bring boys into the mix and talk about positive masculinities. Culturally sensitive programs which young people can identify with. So in my work here as well, we were developing resources specifically with Northern Ireland in mind, but also the 4 nations of the UK. So we had slightly different versions of this for Northern Ireland and Scotland and England and Wales, so that young people could really identify with the issues. You may also be aware that we've developed the programs for Irish medium schools at the request of Irish medium schools, but you know, the key issue here is culturally sensitive programs that young people will identify with. The use of videos, films, games, or what we might call digital media, which promote personal identification in educational issues and the engagement of young people. Teaching skills. I suppose the key message here is not just imparting information, but developing skills in the classroom, such as practicing talking, stop and think skills around key issues. The next one is facilitating linkages with support services, so that schools don't feel isolated, that they're connected in with broader safety, child safety programs, and they have somewhere to turn to if issues arise. It's not making it up then as they go along and linking in with the NHS. And finally, also facilitating parental and caregiver-child communication as part of CSE. So now I just want to briefly mention that because I know it's a key area that you've been addressing. And I just want to say about how we, I suppose, developed it through the research in Northern Ireland as well. But for starters, to start with a more general point from the research, meta-analysis have demonstrated that RSE interventions which positively involve parents improves communications about relationships and sexuality between parents and adolescents and increases safer relationships and sexual behaviours. However, Parent-child communication, the research would also suggest, is not easy around these subjects. And that was also certainly our evidence when we researched this earlier in Ireland. But more broadly in the research, evidence suggests that barriers to parental adolescent communication on sexual behaviours are relayed, I suppose, through parental perspectives that suggest that their religious and cultural beliefs are opposed to sex before marriage or adolescent sex. This would be a barrier. Their own embarrassment about the issue, or their adolescence embarrassments, their own perceptions of their poor knowledge and skills in doing this, and also a kind of a perception or misconception that if they talk to their child about these issues, they may also, in fact, be encouraging their young person's early sexual activity. So, mindful of all of this, when we were developing comprehensive sexuality education programs on this in the UK, as part of our large randomised controlled trial, where we were essentially trying to explore how best to implement comprehensive sexuality education on these islands. That trial was called the Jack trial. We developed a parental intervention as part of that. But just to say, first of all, the Jack trial was across the UK, but it specifically also involved 24 schools here in Northern Ireland, and it was the first randomised controlled trial that included faith-based schools as well. It involved 24 schools and 2,697 pupils here in Northern Ireland alone. Overall, it included 8,000 pupils. But the intervention for parents that we co-designed with parents was a school-based text from the school, first of all, informing them that their child would be taking the programme If I Were Jack, which was the name of the programme we developed, and a letter with some information on this programme. It was also followed up with a text sent from the school, but with digital programme materials for parents, videos, fact sheet, tips for parents, and these components were co-designed with parents. And it was designed to encourage them to talk to their child about these issues. But also, as part of the programme, pupils brought home a homework activity to also prompt it from the side of the young adolescent. And from our perspective, this helped smooth implementation of the programme in schools and helped parents to become involved. So in conclusion, I'd like to just return to the two key messages I think that are important in my experience over the last 20 years in developing RSE, which is co-production and relationships. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Two things I'd like to pick up on maybe the co-production and the parental side, maybe secondly, but just first of all, you started right at the outset on teacher training
Yes.
and teachers needing to feel equipped. We know that the ETI report in April 23 was very clear that the feedback from teachers were they did not feel confident delivering
Yes.
RSE. What would your assessment be of how well teachers at teacher training level are prepared for delivering RSE?
Yes, well, I can say it like this, that one of the key incentives for schools to take on our programme, If I Were Jack, was because we included teacher training in it. We included an hour-long face-to-face programme, teacher training programme, and brought them right through all of the classroom materials. The second reason why they wanted to take it on was because the programme did have lesson plans laid out to assist teachers. So this is not to sort of say this is why the If I Were Jack is important, but it's to say that this is why schools are interested in it. They recognise that they want teacher training. They recognise that this is... there is, of course, resource for teacher training in Northern Ireland. It's not to say it doesn't happen. Was historically delivered through the Department of Health, and then out through the Belfast Trust and so on. And the Belfast Trust gave its remit throughout Northern Ireland. So it does happen, but not enough, and teachers do feel ill-prepared. But more importantly, actually, too, when we researched young people's perspectives on the delivery of the programme, they said that was the key issue in whether they enjoyed it, engaged with it, or didn't. If they felt the teacher was prepared and willing to convey the messages in a rounded way, then they felt engaged. So really, as you know, young people will pick up on this straight away.
So it's not just about initial teacher training, it's about that ongoing, making sure that whoever's delivering this feels equipped to do that.
Yes, but isn't it true that we leave it too late as well? You know, we don't do any of this early on in university training of teachers either. So I think, you know, this is something that universities can also have a role in at an early stage, rather than just leaving it to the, you know, late stage of pick-up at CPD training or continuing professional development.
It came through, I think we had a stakeholder sort of engagement session last night on this, and some of the things that came through there were that there was a perception among teachers that sort of being landed with delivering RSE was a sort of the short straw. So really we need to, way upstream in a teacher's career, be trying to enthuse teachers around the importance of this. Would you concur with that?
Absolutely. But I also want to say that in my experience of being in the schools in Northern Ireland, I would just like to praise the teachers as well. I mean, they were superb, and they took it on because they wanted a holistic education for the students, and they knew it was difficult, and they were terrific though as well.
Well, that's really helpful. And then just on the parental engagement side of this, which I think is really critical, we discuss a lot about parental opt-outs, and we discuss misinformation campaigns and those issues, but the academic evidence that we have heard has really exclusively been that if you can engage well with parents, it's successful. So I mean, really taking the learnings from the Jack project, I mean, if you could sort of advise the department what can it be doing, or the EA, to better support schools to engage with parents, what should we be doing? Yeah,
my key message would be to say, don't wait for parental withdrawal. I mean, that's too late in the day. That's a slightly negative approach, and it leaves parents feeling isolated and on the back foot. Start positively with parents. Bring them in at the outset, and that is what we did. You know, you can't bring in all parents, but you can bring in some representation. And also then when schools want to talk about their curriculum in schools, you could have a parental representative talk to parents at the outset of the year when they discuss the curriculum as a whole. So it's about early intervention, shall we say, is another way of describing it.
I think David just wants to go in on that point.
You're saying that I can understand that sort of, you can't always talk to everyone, sort of about representation. Is there not benefit, and I mean, this is something I agree with in terms of parental involvement and engagement, and we heard it last night at the event, Brad, as well. Is there not an advantage to, in terms of trust building and so on, to at least give every parent the opportunity to hear what is going to be presented to their child in that sense? That was something that was discussed probably last night at our table, and I think it was Informing Choices had said that one thing they found quite successful actually was to talk to the parents about what the children were going to hear before it came to the children, because that demystified things for them.
Yes, absolutely.
And making sure that everyone has that opportunity.
Yes, and I think that curriculum meeting, from my understanding of the school system, that's an excellent opportunity to do that at the outset of the year. And we did that with the If I Were Jack programme, by sending out a letter to the parents in advance of it being taught, saying this is what it is, and your child will be doing this, and this programme, and here's some information about it.
Deputy Chair, I'll bring you.
And thanks, Maria, for your presentation here today. I suppose, going on to just staying on the opt-out for a second, what's your view on this parental opt-out? Is it a good, a bad thing, or are you indifferent to it?
Well, I don't have an evidence-based view on opt-out, because I haven't seen the research that compares approaches to CSE where there is opt-out and where there isn't opt-out. So if I may say that. But what I can say is, on the basis of the years of experience that I have been working on RSE, I have started from the other side, as I said, engaging parents at the start, and then bringing them through the programme like that. So I don't really have a personal view on parental opt-out, if I may.
I raised the issue with our previous contributor that we had a roundtable discussion last night with a number of stakeholder groups, and one person was from an organisation which goes into schools and delivers RSE,
Yes.
and in other settings as well. But he said that where there was resistance from parents, and he had discussions with them, their fears were allayed.
Assuaged.
Because
Yes.
quite often there's misinformation, disinformation out there. Parents believe that RSE is going to sexualise their children rather than give them information to protect themselves and to avoid coercive relationships and so on. And I suppose, I mean, I have a view that maybe the starting point should be the outcomes from RSE when discussions are taking place with parents. You know, reduced pregnancy rates, reduced STI rates, delayed engagement in sexual activity, and so on. But I'm just wondering, do some parents have the view, well, it's not my child who's going to get pregnant?
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
What would your
Yes.
view be on that?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, and I suppose in a way that's why I began my presentation with the WHO evidence. You know, the WHO is a trusted organisation in terms of being able to impartially review the evidence. I mean, I have reviewed the evidence, I could produce it and so on, but I think it's very helpful when you point out the WHO evidence to say that, yes, it will reduce the adverse health outcomes that you have referred to, but even more positively, it will generate positive relationships. You know, it's not just about reducing those harms, but it's also about generating values for gender equality, for positive, happy, non-coercive relationships.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
I don't have an indication from anybody else. So,
Yeah,
Karen?
just one final question. Thank you so much for being here today. Obviously, a huge part of what we're talking about is establishing what a healthy relationship is, what it
Yes.
looks like, respecting boundaries. And recently I saw the awful news that in England a young lady was stabbed to death, but because she was under 18, it was seen as a knife crime and not a crime of domestic violence. And it really brought to light, I think, lack of our effective RSE is preventing young people from feeling empowered, knowing the signs of domestic abuse in its many forms. Do you think at this current moment we obviously don't have a standardised RSE approach?
I know.
Do you think that as a direct result of that we're opening up children and young people across Northern Ireland from being victims of domestic abuse, but because they're under 18 and aren't being given that correct information and knowledge, and words have power, they can put a name to things. Do you think that that's having it's contributing to perhaps domestic violence in under 18s?
Well, I would say to you that the opening part of my evidence also said that one of the most important ways of doing CSE well is a curriculum-based approach. That means what you refer to really as a standardised approach, which means really covering all of the issues. The word comprehensive is important. Covering all of the issues at a developmentally appropriate stage. And UNESCO can offer us the guidance on that in terms of how that should be built through a scaffolding approach. So those reducing gender-based violence in all its forms is definitely a key outcome and a key ambition of CSE. So it's about the kind of information you said, but it's also just simply about gender norms, respectful relationships, engaging boys crucially, so that we don't leave these issues to boys looking at things on the internet, or even feeling that toxic masculinity is an appropriate role model, if you like, for male behaviours. And most of the young men that I have ever met throughout this education are also interested in positive, respectful relationships. Even the young men I worked with in the prisons here in Northern Ireland and Scotland, you would be surprised how much they have the same ambitions as we would hope they have, and that toxic masculinities isn't an ideal for men, but they want to know the difference.
Yeah.
And they want to be encouraged to think about the difference.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Michelle, you had indicated next.
Small thing that actually David mentioned, the informed choices. Guys, we had a session last night with stakeholders, and there was a group there, and they were telling us about the parental engagement that they had and how effective it was in terms of allaying concerns around RSE. But they were specifically referring to SEN, special educational needs.
Yes.
The Jack trial, it didn't include schools from that kind of cohort.
No.
And do you have any view on RSE in that context, even from your other research in this area?
Yes. So this is really an area we need to develop more as well. And no, we did not do it specifically in SEN schools, though we did do it in mainstream schools where there was SEN needs. And we provided some guidance on how that could be accommodated within that context. But there is good research out there in terms of how to do this well. And I would especially point you to resources on the Rutgers Netherlands site that are also available in English on this. I think they have the best resources for SEN, but I haven't done that here in Northern Ireland. I would very much like to. I do think that our experience in the prisons actually was rather similar in some ways, because we were dealing with young men with very low literacy, very low attention space. So there was some overlap in the SEN issues, but not to say that that is entirely the same. Thank you.
David, you want to correct?
Yeah, it was just again, you're on the masculinity theme that you were speaking about. You talked about positive masculinities. Now we can imagine some of those positive things around relationships, consent, and all of that.
Yes.
But is just maybe a bit more insight into what that positive masculinity piece involves. I think we heard a lot about toxic masculinity.
Yes.
Heard about incel culture and so on beforehand. I think we're all agreed in the toxicity of some of that stuff.
Yes.
But what does, from your point of view and your programme's point of view,
good
positive
look like?
masculinity
Yeah. Okay. Well, if I can describe it like this, the If I Were Jack programme begins with an interactive video of a young man called Jack, who's just discovered that his girlfriend is unintentionally pregnant. Jack is 16 years of age, and he's wondering what to do. And it tells you, follows it through a week in the life of Jack, where he thinks about how did he get into this situation, how could he have prevented it, what's he going to say to his girlfriend, and plays out some of those scenes. What are his friends going to say, and plays out some of those kind of supportive messages to young men and less supportive messages. And he has to think through, well, what would my friends say? And then it goes through, well, what would my parents say? And it goes through some positive and negative reactions to there. So, and it brings this young man along the idea of thinking that unintended pregnancy is not just a girl's issue. It's my issue as well. I need to think about my role and responsibility in preventing an unintended pregnancy. I think about my role and responsibility in having consensual relationships. This was clearly a consensual relationship that was portrayed, but still, it brings young men through that. So it's about positive. It painted a picture of a young man thinking about these issues and not leaving them.
taking responsibility and.
Yes. But it was very non-directional, because the young man also had to think through issues around, well, what should we do? And it's very non-directive. And in consultation with the RSE policy stakeholders that we have dealt with over the years, it does not define one path or the other, but opens up the, how can I think about this? What are the pros and cons of both keeping the baby, having a termination of pregnancy, or indeed putting the baby up for adoption. And it's very interesting that the putting the baby up for adoption choice is in there too. And that was, we were asked to do that actually by the Health Services Executive of Ireland, because they were also interested in thinking through young people's decisions around that. And it takes out some of the binary of keep the baby, abortion. and it brings in other choices, and it shows how you can think through all of these issues in a non-directive manner.
Thanks for laying that out for us.
Got on any other indications? I think that's a very helpful note to finish on. I think we have. I think we've tried actually over the last number of evidence sessions to try and pin down what does a programme maybe look like that allows young people to consider information, to weigh things up, and to help that inform their choices in a way that maybe creates some space for a moral, ethical framework, but also engage with the facts of the world around them. So that has been a very, very helpful conclusion to the session. Would it be possible to share any of the Jack resources with committee members? Because I think they would be interested in seeing them. I don't know if that is possible.
Absolutely, it's possible. I've already provided that to you, actually.
In terms of the video, the interactive video you were referring to?
Yes,
is that something
it's
we
all
can see?
publicly accessible.
Yeah.
And you can view it in Irish or English, or in
Great.
you can, or indeed you can view it in Lesotho, language. So it is all available in the resources that I've
There's
given
links
to you.
to all of that. That's really helpful, and I think we would probably all benefit from having a good thorough look at those. So thank you.
Thanks very much. It's wonderful to meet you, and thank you so much for all the work you're doing on this.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Oh.
You?
Sinead? Okay, bye-bye, and thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Chair, as well, there was a comic at our table last night as well, and with the health warning that it makes, I haven't looked thoroughly through it. It may say something that I don't agree with or whatever, but it seemed to be quite a useful resource as well in terms of
the bubble bear.
Bubble bear. I couldn't think of
I think, yeah, I mean, I've seen that around.
I've got one. I've got in the car, but I haven't looked fully through it. But it looked like quite a useful resource.
Specifically deals with
father figure, but in the absence
boundaries and
yeah, he showed us one of the stories in it, but I haven't been through it. But it seemed like quite a useful way of framing it for people.
Yeah, I think we're still in public session. Megan, maybe just if we could move it. Are we in closed session at the moment? If we could just move in.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.
What else?
Free to bring the witnesses through. Okay, members, that's us back into open session. So that takes us on to item 8 on our agenda. There's a briefing note from the committee clerk at page 63 in your packs, and a briefing paper from the Department of Education at page 65, and we're going to receive an oral briefing from the Department of Education officials, and that's going to be in relation to the early learning and childcare strategy, and other wider issues associated with that area. So just while the witnesses take a seat, we'll make a start. Good afternoon, everybody, and look, you're very welcome at committee this afternoon. I'll just do a quick introduction of who we have here. If you want to add anything to that when you're about to give your evidence, please feel free. So we're glad to welcome from the department today. We have Paul Brush, the Director of Early Years, Childcare and Children and Young People Strategy in the department. We have Christine Leacock, Head of Preschool Education Team, leading on standardisation. We have Linda Drysdale, Head of Early Years Intervention Programmes Team, also at the department, and Tina Dempster, Head of Early Learning and Childcare Strategy Team. So you are all very welcome here this afternoon. Sort of normal format. This is not your first time before committee. So a presentation of up to 10 minutes. We've had your material that you've sent through in advance, which is appreciated. So after an initial presentation, we'll move to question and answer with members. and we'll try and keep that to around 5 minutes per member for each inquiry. Obviously, with flexibility if there's a particular issue we want to draw out. But that's the timings we have, just to make sure every member can get in. But at this stage, really, I'm happy to hand over to yourselves. I don't know whether all of you are presenting or just Paul. I'd maybe just add as well, just as it occurs to me, with a 4-person panel, there's no pressure for everybody to answer every question. So if it's appropriate for one person to cover an answer off so that we can get through the evidence, that's also helpful. All right, I'll pass back to Paul.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update. We were last here in June, so quite a lot has happened in that period, and it's good. At that stage, we were teeing up a lot of this work, and we're able to give you an update. I'm glad to say that really pretty much all of it has progressed in that period. You've already introduced the team. I don't think I need to do much more in terms of introductions, other than to say that they are each leading on different aspects of this agenda. So, they have quite a lot of detail that they can provide if we want to get into that. I'll be intending to give you a bit of a sense of how the things are going this year. So this year's agenda, the interim measures that the Minister has put in place, talk a little bit about next year, and then talk a little bit about the strategy and where we go from there. So implementation of the 24-25 measures are progressing well. Members have received the update, and you're aware of the aim of those measures to really stabilise things and to begin some quite significant introductions that would ease pressures on parents and providers, and all of those fronts have been tackled. In terms of the childcare subsidy scheme, if I could just start with that and give you a wee bit of detail of where we are on that. As you know, that was introduced. It went live in September. The Minister had committed to it going live in September, and we were delighted that it did. The Early Years Organisation is the delivery agent, and I have to pay tribute to them for really getting it in place within about 3 months of us first discussing it with them, and it was in place for September. At the end of October, there's about 13,300 children registered on that and approved, and over 1,500 childcare providers. And just to break down those childcare providers a little bit, 308 of those are daycare providers, so the big sort of providers. And we know that there are about 322 of those in total, so we've almost all daycare providers providing the scheme. We've 1,124 childminders. There's just over 2,000 childminders, so over 50%. But of course, not all childminders will have actually eligible children, nor will they necessarily operate tax-free childcare. So we would never expect to have them all involved in this scheme. And 113 playgroups, which again is a good percentage based on the sort of role they play in the market. So in the first 2 months, parents have saved 2 million directly from the 15% reduction. It's tied, as you know, to tax-free childcare. When that's added in, it's about a 4 million reduction overall. The data collected from participants is going to be an invaluable source of information. We now have, if you can imagine, the comprehensive data in terms of the fees that are being paid by 13,000 children. Now, I know that's a specific cohort, those that are eligible for tax-free childcare, but they are likely to be the children paying the highest fees. And therefore, we have a really rich data source that we're starting to analyse. And of course, we'll be able to tell the committee about that in future meetings. So in addition to the money that has gone out to parents, 1 million has gone out to providers to help them run that scheme for us. We were very aware that we couldn't expect them to sort of change their invoicing processes and set up the systems without actually covering their admin costs. So the scheme has done that as well, and they've received just under 1 million in the couple of months to date. Moving on then to the other aspects of the package, there's been a major set of initiatives to stabilise and enhance existing provision. We'd always said that we have a core foundation which we need to build on, and that foundation, to be honest, is the envy of many other jurisdictions in terms of the likes of Sure Start, Pathway, Toy Box, and a whole range of programmes. I can go into some of the detail because those are the ones that get the headlines, but there's 8 to 10, possibly more, that are actually benefiting from this package of measures. Linda has led on a lot of those and can go into some of the detail, but it's most fundamental to say that the money that has gone in there has enabled these organisations to pay increases in salary to their staff without having to cut frontline services, which would have been the alternative. So they've secured provision and in fact in some cases expanded provision in the case of Sure Start into some new areas, and we have ambitions to move further in that direction in the coming years. The Targeted Business Support Scheme, this is the one measure that really hasn't progressed as initially intended. In the original announcement, we had included the proposal to introduce a sort of emergency measure that would support settings in really significant financial difficulty. Now, we always envisaged that the Department for the Economy and Invest in I would be key in helping us and supporting us in designing that and developing that. So we were in discussion with them in June, July, and it emerged that really a more fundamental look was needed at what were the needs of providers, that this may actually just be addressing the symptom rather than the cause, and something more substantial, potentially, back from the crisis point where a setting is about to fall over was likely to be more important and indeed more impactful. So the Economy Minister wrote to the Education Minister at the beginning of August, offering to lead on a scoping study of the needs of the childcare sector, of the business support needs, and that work is now underway and will be a really key resource to informing the longer term strategy. Because as you know, we can't just address parental fees and the costs, we have to look at the sector and how it can be sustainable in the longer term. The final area then, just to mention, well, two more areas, is the standardisation of preschool, progressing at pace, 100 settings due to expand for next September. A list of some of those have already been published, and Christine can talk in a bit more detail about that, but we're on target to deliver on those commitments. And then the data collection piece. I've mentioned the data we're getting through the scheme, but on top of that, we have launched through NISRA a major household survey that actually went live at the beginning of last week. 20,000 households will have received an invitation to participate in that survey. Those are households that NISRA has been able to identify have children. So the questions will be all around what are your childcare needs, what issues with childcare have impacted your employment decisions, what type of childcare do you use, what levels of flexibility do you need, what costs are you incurring. So a really comprehensive result there. The results of that are due in April, May of next year. And again, will feed into the longer term strategy. So then finally, just on the longer term strategy, well, the first priority is to sustain this into next year, because as you know, we have budget to do it to the end of March. The Minister has put forward, I suppose, a baseline indicative amount that would be needed to continue at that level. But of course, we want to go beyond that, and therefore the plan is that we use all of this data, including from the survey, from the data collection from the administrative sources, to formulate a full strategy that the Minister has now committed will come forward for consultation next year. So that's where we are. Good progress made, looking at the moment at what next year should look like, but also starting to pick up pace in the longer term strategy. And in that front, we had a meeting of the Stakeholder Engagement Forum a couple of weeks ago, looking specifically at things like workforce challenges. That's the issue that keeps coming up, the capacity of the sector, being able to recruit and retain people. We could have all the ambitions in the world and indeed all the budget in the world to try and expand, but if we aren't able to get and retain and pay people at a level that makes it attractive for them, then it will come to nothing. So that will be a big focus for the strategy.
That's great. Thank you, Paul. And I suppose I'll just I'll start by just thanking the team for their work in relation to what has been delivered so far. I'm sure questions will come up that will indicate that all is not perfect, and I would not want to suggest that, but you know, we do acknowledge you're a very small team and have delivered, you know, a lot with a small pot of money. So I think it's you know, it's important to pay tribute to the work that your team has done, because it's I think we've all probably had meetings with you in the past where you've said this doesn't feel possible, doesn't feel deliverable, but you have, you know, delivered some of this, you know, in really quite a rapid period of time. So I think it's important to put that on record. But I'm sure there will be issues that still need to be drawn out in terms of what's working and what isn't, and where we go from here. I suspect that a lot of people will maybe want to focus around the childcare issues, so I may just ask on some different things, particularly around the standardisation, so maybe on that early education piece rather than the childcare. Can I want to ask a question just very broadly to start with in terms of budget for that, to deliver the full programme of preschool standardisation. How much is that going to cost?
Well, as you know, there was a scoping study which looked into this and really set out a potential budget requirement year on year right through to the very end point. I can't remember off the top of my head what those figures are. I'll bring Christine in. If she doesn't, we can certainly provide them. They are published. It's published within the overall document. This year, we had 5 million allocated to this. Next year that will increase because we actually will have settings operating the extended hours to continue with that. We have included that within our budget requirement for next year because we very much see that as being a case of continuing with what we've started. Christine, do you want to give a wee bit more on the budget?
Yes, so in terms of the scoping study, obviously that covered 3 main areas. The full report and all the options in it come in at over £550 million. Now that's over a 10-year implementation period. For standardising the session length, which is just strand 1, within that it's between 240 and 337 million, and the reason for the difference obviously is there's a number of issues that need to be worked out with individual settings in terms of, for example, those that need capital build, etc. It's very difficult to tie that down at the point of a scoping study. For this year, as Paul said, it's 5 million. That is very much the settings that are most ready to move to a standardised session length. As the programme rolls out over time, we would expect that to increase.
Okay. And I think in your briefing, it's 100 new settings, I think, is that what we're looking at, that are moving in from September 25?
The target for this year is 100 settings. I've just received actually tranche 3, so tranches 1 and 2 are already out for consultation. So we will be consulting on 107, so we've gone slightly above target for that.
In terms of a budget ask for that, to get those 100 new settings up and running in September, do you have an idea of what's going to be required?
The budget for that is 5 million, and we're on target to deliver with that budget.
Help me understand that. So we have 550 million over 10 years to deliver this, but for 100 new settings, it's 5 million. Is that seems a small amount for what you're delivering?
It is a relatively small amount, but as I said, this year the programme is looking at, if you like, the low-hanging fruit. It's those settings that are most ready to transition. Given that it is quite a short period of time before September of next year, it's actually even shorter if you look at the fact that we have the preschool admissions process kicks off in January, and we need the parents, whenever they're making their applications, to be doing that with the full information as to the session length that the setting they're applying to is offering. As the programme runs on, then it will be looking at those settings that will have more of an issue of transition, requiring more support and therefore more cost of transition. So it will ramp up
capital
over time.
Cost is when that's so.
Not just capital cost, but that will absolutely be the biggest cost as we move on. Yes.
And the settings we're looking at for September, there's no capital budget associated with that at the moment?
No, there's no
so
capital is not a feature this year
capital
whatsoever.
Investment to move forward? Okay. No. Okay. So, I mean, it's interesting to look at those figures, and 5 million is less than I anticipated for that delivery, so that's reassuring, but I think obviously we'll potentially see those costs start to increase. We had correspondence into the committee, which you may have been aware of, from a primary school, nursery setting and a unit in a statutory setting in Whitehead, and they had raised some issues and concerns around the process. I've had some feedback from principals more widely who would say that they were a little bit concerned by the approach of just a call for who's interested. They maybe didn't quite feel they knew what they were getting themselves involved with. They soon realised there was no capital money associated. But then they began to look at their neighbouring settings and they go, well, I think they're probably going to go for a standardised setting. We won't be able to compete in terms of admissions if we don't go with this. I wouldn't say that the feedback I received was that the engagement with the department was necessarily that sympathetic. I think principals felt that they were sort of, this is the process. The feedback I'm hearing is that they would have liked to have seen a more area-based approach where you could do something coordinated so that you didn't have schools competing with each other or making decisions around standardisation to make sure that they didn't start dropping numbers or refusing to do it even if they felt they were ready because there was no capital to, divide a classroom or put a mobile in. So I'm just really trying to get to, is this being done strategically or are we just casting our net out and seeing who puts their hand up and says, I'll have a go?
No, it's absolutely not about anybody putting their hand up. As I say, this process started with the scoping study, so this has been a couple of years in the making. Settings do not put their hand up for standardisation. The EA, and actually that relationship that I think that school was talking to was actually about the EA contacting them. But it's based on that scoping study, so there's been 2 years of progress and work has gone into this. The EA is contacting those settings that have self-assessed as being most ready to go. They then obviously quality assure that because there is obviously always an element of risk when you're asking a setting to self-assess their readiness to do something they've never done before. So the EA have done that. They have done, I think, a really good job of ensuring that is very, very well done, very much evidence-based. They've ensured that there's a mix right across Northern Ireland. All local government areas are covered, all management types are covered, all setting types are covered. Yes, there absolutely is a certain amount of fear, for want of a better word, within settings where they see a neighbouring setting who's able to move faster than they would want to. And that fear of, well, will that make that setting more attractive than me? I think that's absolutely a legitimate concern to have. However, in any transition, there will be a setting that will go first and there will be a setting that will go last. And I think that that reticence, if you like, speaks to how positive this programme actually is, that settings understand that this is a really good thing, that it will be popular, that it benefits the setting, it benefits the children, and it benefits the parents. And I think providing that the funding for this continues on and we're able to continue the pace we are, while there may be a short-term change in patterns of first preference, that's not going to continue long-term because the other settings in that area will follow very quickly behind. The reality of an area-based process, if we were to do that in the setting that that you refer to, would have been one of those settings that would have required capital expenditure. If we were to adopt an area-based approach, realistically what that would mean is that every setting in that town would have to wait until those that are least ready are ready to go. And I think that would be very unfair on all the settings, on the children and on the parents.
I appreciate that there's no easy way to deliver this sort of change, and to be very clear, standardisation is something that I think is absolutely the right end goal, so there's no quibble at all for me on that point. I think just I would want to reflect back, there's definitely nervousness from principals, from boards of governors, or, they would have a nursery unit attached. There is concern that they could be left behind if they are one of the least ready and they're way down the list, that they'll just see their admissions drop, because parents rightly will want to go for the setting that offers that full-time offering. So it's just how we make sure, it's really just that caveat to make sure this is managed so that schools are not ultimately suffering financial detriment as a result of this.
Absolutely. One thing I would say, and I mean, I have many principals and preschool leaders in contact with me daily, and I have this conversation many times. One thing I would reassure is that for the vast majority of settings that are taking part in this process, they're staying at their same pupil numbers. So while the first preference mix may change, the pupil numbers will not change in an area. There's a small exception with those settings that are going through the amalgamation for standardisation process, but that's right sizing provision that is already recognised to be in excess of demand. Apart from that, there isn't a change in the level of provision in the area.
That's fine. So I have one other question, and then I'll open up to other members. And it was just on the section around cross-departmental initiatives, and I wanted to just check: does that cover the Fair Play grant with the Department of Health? Yeah. So I mean, I had a contact from some settings in relation to that who felt that that system was a wee bit of a lottery, that they were, if they didn't get a grant, then they're left with needs that they're not getting support with. And it's just whether there's any scope for that to be widened out at all, so that there's access can be improved to that grant.
Well, Tina can come in on like we more or less used the task and finish group, which is cross-departmental representation, to say, are there initiatives in your departments that would contribute to this agenda this year? And there's Department for Communities came forward with proposals, and DOH, and we've been able to very significantly enhance. I think the main challenge was they just didn't have enough budget to meet the level of need, and I don't know whether that comment comes before or after the boost that this has provided, but Tina, the level of increase is significant.
Yeah, we give them an additional 250,000, and the scheme was 300,000, so in total 550,000. How that's operated and allocated is for Department of Health, and I wouldn't be in a position to comment on that sort of aspect of it, but they did get 250,000 extra to boost and enhance that.
It's absolutely welcome that a childcare setting with additional needs that they're seeking help for, that there is a grant scheme to apply for. I just know the figures for it are that it's 154 applied and 89 got a grant. So that, while that's great for the 89, if you think of it, a lot of these settings are saying they're still working with children who did, the ones who didn't get a grant, who would have a statement in their school.
We could check if those figures reflect the boost
the latest,
or were pre-boost.
Well, that was the 30th of October. I got that answer. Well, so I suppose it's just that concern that and what providers reflect back to me is these children have statements in school.
Yes.
So there's no lottery with the support they get in the statutory setting, but they move into childcare settings and they feel that they maybe are then not having their needs met, and they don't want to turn these children away. So I think it's really anything could be done to enhance that. I think should be encouraged.
We can certainly check if that's due to funding as the issue, or whether just the criteria that was applied that put those others out. So there's it could be a mix of that. So
I think if we could get an update on that, and it may sit with health. Just was it criteria or funding related would be helpful. But no, that's fine. I'll pass over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for coming in today. The actions that have been taken so far mean that many families will save up to £2,000 a year, and that's hugely welcome, and we should continue working to ensure as many families as possible can access affordable childcare. Has any thought been given to putting a cap on what providers can charge parents for childcare?
Well, this is certainly something we've looked at, yes. Like this year, the focus clearly has been in reducing people's bills, and we haven't seen any significant increases in fees that have eaten up or absorbed those. Now, I think the challenge will come in April of next year, when a lot of providers will automatically increase their fees, as they would do so on an annual basis. So one of the things we're looking at the moment is, as we move into the full strategy, what would a more sort of, I suppose, holistic approach be that both tries to support parents but also supports providers? Like, the providers have to put up their fees. There's lots of cost increases, even in the recent budget. So we need to find a way that, if you like, squares that circle. Putting a cap on fees is not a simple and straightforward thing to do. There's huge challenges. You then limit, many of them private businesses, their ability to resource and invest and further expand, but it is something we're looking at.
How do you get around that dilemma, Paul? Providers are going to increase their costs, and that's understandable given the rise in energy costs and so on and so forth. But yet we're trying to make childcare affordable for parents. How do we square that circle?
Well, we are looking at some options around fee inflation and managing and controlling that. Also looking at what is the level of the cost increases that would be reasonable based on those changes in the budget. So, for example, we've commenced a piece of work just to scope out what would be the implications of that for providers. How much would they have to raise their fees? How much would their costs increase as a result of national insurance contributions and the minimum wage? So there are potentially other ways where you would intervene more directly in supporting some of those costs. That there was a wider economy issue. It's not just childcare businesses that are going to be really hit with that and would have to pass on the costs to their users. So again, we will be working with the Department of the Economy in a lot of this. The scoping study that I mentioned that they're leading on is really looking at the whole cost pressures, the business model of childcare providers, and how we manage these competing pressures. You know, their view would very much be we need to put up costs to be able to pay our wages and to make ends meet. Parents are saying we can't afford you passing that on. So this is really to look at just what you're describing. What would an appropriate government intervention be? Do you go to the full capping of fees, really taking control of the sector, or is there a sort of interim halfway house on that? But, you know, very alive to the issue.
There are options being looked at.
There are options being looked at.
If I could just add to that as well.
Go ahead.
In terms of cap, we've heard probably in other sectors where caps have been looked at and so on, the part of the danger is that when you set a cap, it becomes a target, almost that even those lower cost providers start raising towards it. Is that something you've looked at, and is that deemed to be a danger in this sector too?
Well, in terms of the Irish approach, they effectively required providers all to cap their fees at the level they were at. So you effectively started with a position of everybody was capped at their own level.
Okay.
But of course now there's a challenge to try and bring a sort of equilibrium to that, because clearly that resulted in some providers capping much higher than others. Mm-hmm. So it's a complicated factor. You're absolutely, the moment you set a cap, there's always a risk that people see it as the legitimate level at which to charge. Yeah. You know, we've even been discussing that within the cap that we put on the claims within the subsidy scheme, that the cap sends a signal that, you know, this is a reasonable level, but it also sends an important signal, I think, that government isn't prepared to fund fees at any level. So you're right, there's a danger to capping.
Well, and that sounded like an interesting approach, but thanks very much to Pat. I just was interested to hear what the approach might be to that.
Well,
I could just maybe say happy to take other interventions, but just through the chair, it's helpful just to keep things moving properly. Tina, were you looking to respond on that, and then I'm happy to bring you back in, Pat, for whatever else you want to add.
Part of the piece of that puzzle is actually to get the data, because at this moment in time we have absolutely no data on the fees that are charged across our range, and in fact when we tried to look at over 300 settings, there was only 13 that actually published their pricing and their costs on their websites. So part of the subsidy scheme was we need to get this data, and we can start to look at the various costs and charges that are being charged across the province.
Okay, thank you for that. And just moving on to the Irish language sector. I know the Irish language early years and childcare didn't specifically feature in the initial investment. I'm wondering, has any consideration been given to a regional workforce officer or a development plan for recruitment and retention of staff in the Irish medium early years and childcare sector? And has consideration been given to the increased demand for places within the Irish medium early years and childcare sector?
Well, taking the first of those, and then I'll maybe even ask Christine to mention sort of Irish medium within standardisation and whatnot. The Irish medium preschool service was one of the groups that has benefited from stabilisation. Like as I say, we often mention the top three, you know, Sure Start, etc. But there are a number underneath that, and we could certainly provide the committee with the list if that would be helpful. But the Irish medium preschool service had seen its budget cut in the previous year. We were able to reinstate that through the stabilisation fund, and of course they will have benefited through all the enhancements that have gone out to preschool providers as a whole. So, and of course even through Sure Start, where there's an Irish medium component. Do you want to mention the preschool dimension to that, Christine?
Yes, and you mentioned in terms of the number of places, Irish medium providers within the preschool education programme can join the programme regardless of the other provision in an area. So if there's sufficient demand, then that provision will be funded, and that has always been the case. In terms of standardisation, there's actually really good representation of Irish medium providers. If we include tranche 3, which I appreciate the committee won't have seen as yet, I only got it myself the other day, but there are 10 providers within that 107 who are requesting a change to the full-time session length from September. So I think that's a really good level of representation.
Yeah. And I suppose the issue of the increased demand, I mean, the difficulty with this issue is, in terms of Irish medium, is if a parent doesn't get a child into the childcare early years setting in the Irish medium sector, then there's a chance that they won't then get into preschool and primary school, which means they don't have access to Irish medium education. And that's an issue that I think the department needs to give some serious consideration to.
I think Christine's point around when a development proposal for an Irish medium preschool setting is considered, in other circumstances, if it was a non-Irish medium application, you would look at other provision in the area and see is there a gap. We only look at other Irish medium provision when we're assessing that. So even if there was spare non-Irish medium capacity in the area, it wouldn't be sufficient to effectively knock out the application. So there's a sort of preference there towards Irish medium as a result of the statutory duties.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not just in relation to development proposals for statutory provision. The same principle applies in terms of funding non-statutory provision, so that's in the voluntary and private sector as well. The exact same principle is used.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks, Jane.
Cathy, you'd indicated next.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks very much for the presentation. I'm not quite sure where to start. I suppose start with welcome everything that has been done to date. Like the Chair said, I know there's a small team and there's been a huge amount of work. I think it's important to put on record, like you said, the work that early years did do in delivering this as well, and the department, but also Patricia Loosley and her team in Nickman, the work that they did with the childminding sector. Something I want to clarify, last week we were presented the budget and the projections and things like that, and they couldn't answer my question specifically, and they did say that, you guys were in this week and maybe leave it till then. So there's a figure of 25 million, not to put pressure on.
That's perfectly teed up, Cathy. Perfectly teed up.
Definitely be able to answer.
I did put a bit of pressure in
certain,
as well.
certain of the answer.
So there's a part of it, and it says the Childcare Strategy, and it's got £25 million against it for 24-25. The next year it's 55 million, the following year 80, and the next year 100. Now, when I asked the question last week, I had assumed, is that to extend this 25 million into next year? And the likes of that. I was told no, it was the Childcare Strategy, which I suppose we were walking away from here going, well, is there a Childcare Strategy now sitting on a shelf somewhere that's being costed that we can't get sight of, that's not out for consultation? So I suppose clarity from that would be great.
I'm happy to answer the question. Cathy, no. The 25 million, as you know, relates to the ring-fenced allocation we got this year for all those measures I've been describing. We said when that was being requested that there would be a consequential requirement next year to keep them going. And if you think of it, like the subsidy scheme only came into being in September, so it isn't even the 25 million didn't buy us a full year's worth of all those things. So actually in the executive paper back in May, we estimated that to keep going with just the things that we were putting in place now would cost around 50 million next year. And we've re-looked at that, and the 55 million is essentially a baseline requirement to continue with what we've done this year, with a little bit of expansion and a little bit of, in terms of the likes of Sure Start, there are anomaly areas where like one side of a street is in and another isn't. There's also a desire to do a bit of outreach into areas that aren't in the tight geographies, but there's a real, maybe an estate or a group of houses that could benefit from it, but nothing terribly. The vast majority of that 55 million is about continuing what we have started this year. Okay. Now, is that all we want to do next year? Potentially not, because it effectively assumes that the subsidy scheme, for example, would continue as is, so only targeted at those it's currently targeted in. The Minister has yet to decide and consider the options. as you imagine, the budgetary process required us to put in an indicative amount for next year, even before we had much of the data coming out of the scheme we've just launched in September. So I'm describing it as a sort of almost an initial baseline, almost the minimum we will probably need. But over the next month or 6 weeks, there's a planned engagement with the Minister around possible expansions. And I've heard calls for expansions into school-age childcare. Should the 15% be increased? Do we need to do something more to support providers? All of those sorts of things would be on top of that. The 80, etc., is really a further continuing of this core, but a full strategy, when it's up and running, will cost significantly more.
Yeah, I think maybe need to change the wording then on those budget tables, because it does say childcare strategy, I suppose, which maybe causes that confusion. Because I think, we all near hit the floor when we thought it was only going to cost 55 million for the childcare strategy. But no, that's good to clear that up, and thanks for that. You mentioned there, first of all, it would be really good to get that list of the other projects as well. It would be really good if we could get that sent through too. You mentioned there around Sure Start, and the expansion of that is so welcome. It's my understanding that the multiple deprivation measure was used in deciding where that expansion would go. Can we get more detail around that, or how that actually came to be? And you kind of touched on it there, but what does that expansion look like? Is that more places? I know a lot of people would describe Sure Start, it's fantastic and there's huge demand for it, but there can be a postcode lottery at times. So is there a wider geographical spread, or is it longer hours, or what is that?
I'll bring you in on that one then.
Sure. Yes, so the Northern Ireland Multiple Deprivation Measure, the current one is the 2017 measure. So whenever we looked at what provision was in Sure Start against that measure, we recognised that some areas, the policy area for Sure Start is to have at least the 25% most disadvantaged areas according to that measure within Sure Start. So we have more than that. We actually have coverage of about 48% of target age children are in Sure Start, not necessarily all in the 25%, but we wanted to make sure that we at least had the 25% most disadvantaged areas. And we recognised from using that current measure that there were 22 areas that weren't in. So what this additional money did was to bring them in. They'd been in on a temporary basis, and then this money allowed us to bring them in on a permanent basis. So
are they 22 new areas?
They're 22 new super output areas, they're called, yes. Yeah. So, and they're in now. Once you're an area in Sure Start, that entitles you to use and access all of Sure Start services. So every family, every child from 0 up to age 3 and their families can then access, they will be in a Sure Start area and able to access all of the services within Sure Start.
So it is an expansion then of the places.
We could provide a list. We could provide a list of those 22, so you could see precisely where they are.
Brilliant. That would be great. Another thing, and the chair mentioned it briefly around the working between the two departments, or well, 3 departments, because communities, health, and obviously education fall into this. And in terms of communities, has there been work in relation, because there's another group I suppose have been left out of this initial 25 million. Which is those on universal credit. So has there been any work done cross-departmentally with Department of Communities? And then also in terms of Department of Health, the review of the minimum standards. Obviously it's an ongoing issue, it's been on for a long time, but there are groups out there, in particular childminders, who are eagerly awaiting this. Has there been any more further work done with the Department of Education and Department of Health? Have you guys got any more information as to where that is, or when we're going to get anything from it?
In fact, there's quite a lot of questions in there.
I'll bring you in
to the conclusion on this one fairly quickly and have to bring
I'll bring Tina in the minute. In terms of liaising with DFC are on our task and finish group. The way it operates is we use our members, the members of that, as a sort of our go-to people within those relevant departments. So they supported us very significantly when we were trying to define who we should target in this first phase around with evidence on what is available under universal credit in terms of childcare costs. And it was very clear that there's very significant support available. Now, whether it's sufficient or not is a further matter to be
No,
considered.
I accept that there is support there, but that 15% that they still have to pay is a barrier to some people accessing, getting back to work or increasing hours. There's no doubt about
And
it.
that's there's been, I think, 80 million has been paid out in universal credit for childcare costs over the last 2 years. So in a sense, it dwarfs even what we're spending in our whole 25 million. But that notwithstanding, in the most recent, for example, the most recent stakeholder engagement forum, we had very clear representation made to us that in considering the what next, where do you go next, this is a group that needs to be looked at. And in fact, Tina and I have a meeting set up to specifically engage with the community and voluntary sector. DFC, of course, will be involved in that too, but important to hear from the community and voluntary sector who are working directly with these groups to see, what is the issue? Because on the face of it, you would actually think it's pretty well provided for. But we absolutely need to look into that.
Okay, and then just the review.
Minimum standards.
Yeah, I mean,
quick update.
Yeah, I can't speak on the work that's going on in the minimum standards completely in the Department of Health. We have set up a subgroup of the task and finish group that's specifically going to look at workforce across all the departments, and the Department of Health obviously will be there in terms of their minimum standards. So I think they are looking to put out a draft consultation. They had announced that. I think that's just between them and their minister at the minute, but they are still working on it, and we will feed into that and in everything that goes on in terms of the review and standards, in terms of the workforce and the ratios and all of that. So there is very close working with them at the minute. But I can't speak to when they'll issue that consultation. That's.
But in terms of that workforce strategy and that scoping study has been done now, that should feed into the
all of that will feed in all the groups. Department for Economy, DFC, and Department of Health, and ourselves have got this subgroup of officials to what's going on in each department and what will feed into this whole sort of workforce piece. Yeah.
Just hope that it doesn't have to wait until that, because there are a lot of groups out there who are eagerly awaiting this for quite a long time now. So, but thanks for that. Thank you.
Michelle, you're next.
Thank you, and thanks for coming. I'm obviously new to the committee, so this is my first time having a chance to chat to us about this. I think I've been on the APG for childcare for many years, actually, as a counsellor, so it's really great to see that we've had some deliverables here in terms of support for families and support for the cost of childcare, which has been really welcomed. We have the stats there, it's all very impressive, so just credit to you for getting that done and getting it done so efficiently. Most of the questions around the subsidy scheme have been covered, but I'm going to touch on one, perhaps a little niche one, just to complete the whole conversation on that. I agree with Kathy on the universal credit side of things, and everybody, of course, has raised school-aged and the importance of expanding the scheme to school-aged children. One wee thing, just from a stakeholder engagement recently, childcare vouchers. So there are a number of parents who still are within that scheme, and they therefore, to access the 15%, have to come out of that scheme to then to do that. Would you think of just as a quick win, just expanding the scheme to those parents rather than them having to go through all those hoops?
This was a major consideration at the beginning of the scheme, and a lot of work done to just try and assess the numbers on childcare vouchers, because of course that scheme has closed. It's a sort of legacy scheme almost, tax-free childcare, but some parents have chosen to stay on it because it suits them. Often parents who have school-aged childcare, because it sort of sets your rate almost regardless of how much you use. So there's a benefit for those that are using smaller amounts of childcare. The Minister decided at that point that we were focusing on those that were eligible for tax-free childcare. It's the current national scheme. And therefore I don't see any potential for revisiting that in the current context. Interestingly, we've had no correspondence on that as a major issue. I suspect it does suit a small number of people to stay, but for those that want to move, they can move, as you've just described.
Yeah, no, it was raised with me, so I thought it was the right time to raise it with you guys as well. You've touched on workforce, and I wanted to ask about that as well, in the sense that I was at a childcare provider last Friday, and they were amazing, a place called Jolly Rogers in Lisburn, and we spoke to a lady called Sarah who looked after their early years. Now Sarah is an expert. She is educated, she is absolutely amazing. I'm sure you're nodding as if you know who I'm talking about. She really was so impressive, and that's the kind of person we want in our childcare settings. This is about early education, and we talk a lot about the costs and the pressure on parents, but the aspiration here has to be for really great early years education for the kids. So in terms of them making sure we can attract people like Sarah into this sector, retain them, we need to do something around workforce. We need to look at how they're paid, how they're retained, that there's career progression. In the strategy, what are you doing in terms of looking at those aspects? And you've referenced the working group around workforce. Are these being considered within that context?
Yes, they are. And in fact, we're very aware that the workforce, no matter what we try to do with standardisation, increasing Sure Start and childcare, it all relies on the workforce, and we're nearly all fishing in the same pool no matter what programme you go through. So yes, we have the subgroup of the officials. We also raised it as a specific with our stakeholder engagement forum a couple of weeks ago, where we were actually saying with the providers in the room, right, what are the big issues, what are the solutions, so we are taking that forward just to look at it.
Is there anything in particular in terms of how you're looking at that?
Well,
what are you considering?
This will also feed into, interestingly enough, in terms of the Department of Health with the review of the minimum standards, what comes out of there. It'll also feed very strongly into the work that the Department of Economy are leading on in terms of the targeted business support schemes as well, because we know that salaries are huge and the workforce is a huge cost to that business. So yes, we're looking at recruitment, we're looking at retention, we're looking at CPD, we'll be working with health. They already offer lots of training. Sort of what are the gaps, what's missing, all of those things that we need to, and what's stopping that progression and stuff happening. So that's what we're working on at the minute.
Do you look at something around a subsidy even into childcare providers to help with that?
That's what the scoping study from the Department for Economy will also be considering as part of this.
I suppose it's worth just saying that a lot of the funding that has gone into stabilising, non-statutory preschool providers, pathway providers, Sure Start, they're all groups that are operating in the same market for the same people. And the story we're getting back is very much, this has actually, if you like, steadied the ship. People have felt valued by it. We've been able to retain people that we were losing to other areas. So it does come down to investing. It doesn't necessarily need to be ring-fenced as a workforce payment. It has actually had that effect by simply investing adequately in some of those core services.
The next bit was around the kind of, again, you speak to all these wonderful stakeholders and they just fill your head full of all these wonderful ideas of things, but they come at it from the perspective of being really informed, evidence-based, and we spoke to some academics in Stranmillis who had a particular interest in the 0 to 3 and some kind of developmental framework for that cohort, and the evidence in terms of the impact that can have further down the line was really, really extraordinary. So in terms of the childcare strategy, again, is that something that you're looking at specifically, that 0 to 3, and how you might produce a framework that will be universal for all our children to benefit from?
Like, that's one of the issues that has come forward from the Stakeholder Engagement Forum. I remember a particular discussion on it that, there's obviously a framework when you get into preschool, but in those first 3 years, it's a bit more variable. There's obviously Sure Start content that can be drawn from, but in terms of childcare, there isn't anything quite as structured as that. So absolutely, like, I would envisage that the strategy would be going into that space and have an element of that.
What I would say is that quality is very high across this childcare sector. We know that from parents and feedback from parents and surveys, that quality is high. There is, as part of the minimum standards, a standard in terms of child development. And, so what there is a request from some of the sector that there is this framework. They actually go from 0 to 6, which would bring in having to look at the preschool curriculum, what's done in Sure Start, and even the foundation stages in primary 1. It depends what age. If it's 0 to 3, then we also need to work with our health colleagues in terms of regulation inspection and what the standards are saying, and then this quality framework. But you're already looking at a sector that is very, very highly rated in terms of quality as well. So all of those things, yes, are needing to be balanced, but it is a suggestion that has come forward from
and I think they were quite distinct, that it was not developmental landmarks. It really was about education and about that kind of curriculum. Almost I'm reluctant to use that word for not to
Yeah,
free,
when
but you know what I
you're-
mean?
yeah,
It was more
1 to
about
2
the
years,
early
yeah.
education more than just their health. Certain boxes that you tick on the development journey, that was a very distinct thing, and the evidence was that is a really important intervention.
Yeah, and in fairness, I think when I say development, it's not just their physical health development, it is their, social, emotional well-being development and all of those things. So yes, we would have to coordinate and look at that.
And another thing that I guess
very quickly
sorry,
with this one,
coming through from the sector was just a desire to have some kind of professional body that represents, again, in that quest to make this a more professional environment that would attract the right and retain the right people, that this would be something that would be really valuable for the sector. Is that, again, something that's being considered in the context of the strategy?
Well, I remember being at an event where this was discussed about maybe 18 months, 2 years ago, and I know that the Minister was asked about it on Monday in the Assembly and said he was prepared to look at this, so it's certainly something that can be considered.
But it's not at the minute, but something that you would consider?
Yes, I think in the context of those initial discussions, it was likely to be an initiative that would come forward from the sector for the sector, and in some other jurisdictions that's the form that it takes. So it didn't necessarily, and certainly in those initial discussions, seem to need a government impetus or a government intervention. Having said that, the Minister has said he's prepared to look at it, so happy to do so.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Danny, if you're able to hear us, you're next.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to keep my video off because it's impacting the signal, if that's okay. Just a couple of questions, and thank you for the presentations and the answers so far have been very informative. In the 25 million investment into the childcare in the early years, just under 1.6 was invested into increasing the capacity in places for children with additional needs. I'm just wondering how many additional childcare places were created in this investment, and then what new initiatives have been created, and has there been any feedback indicating that they will be used in the draft childcare strategy?
Well, that funding is at the moment focused more on equipping preschool settings who have children with additional needs to support and address those children. There's every time I visit a preschool setting, one of the key issues they raise with me, and I'm sure they have done with you, is the increasing challenge that children with additional special needs present in the class with the ratios that they have in terms of leaders to children, and the lack of, I suppose, more formalised support, because many of those children haven't gone through the statementing process and have had that support then allocated to them. And this comes out quite clearly in terms of the number of children with a statement, I think I'm right in saying, effectively doubles between preschool and P1, which is simply a product of them reaching the point at which that determination has been made, but they're still the same children in preschool and they still need support. And indeed, if we were to support them earlier, chances are it might even ultimately reduce some of the needs down the line. So the funding that we've been given for this is to focus on supporting children in the preschool setting with those additional needs where those settings don't get any other support. So it's not about creating new places as such, and certainly the money we've got, the 25 million we've got, of course there's been lots of work across the department to create additional places, but the focus of our work is to try and support the children that are in that preschool situation but aren't attracting any extra funding at the moment.
Okay, so would that then feed into then the childcare strategy? I'm just thinking about that real early intervention that is needed.
Absolutely. A lot of what we're doing this year is about really piloting, testing, looking at what impact can be made with some of these measures. So, there would be a need to evaluate that and then consider, is it something like this we would want to do going forward, and potentially even beyond the preschool settings. The same issues are emerging and presenting in daycare settings and with childminders, and I think the objective would be to use that evidence to see what a more holistic early intervention might look like to support these settings, who often are the first perhaps to identify an issue but don't always have a route or an avenue or any support to actually to bring to the situation.
Yeah, and I suppose that brings into my point that there is a lack of special educational needs childcare places at present, and that's why it's going to be so important for that investment into that childcare setting and whatever the strategy looks like.
Yeah, if I could just add, it's Tina Dempster here. Part of that 1.6 million was the increased provision to the Fair Play grant scheme with health, and also some of it is going to a pilot for approved home childcare, which will in fact bring childminders into people's homes for children who have maybe severe disabilities or additional needs, that going out of their home and into a childminder's home or into a setting isn't appropriate. So that's contained within that, and we're working very closely then with our colleagues in the SEN team in terms of the end-to-end review, etc., that's gone out to see what pilot schemes need to be developed to support that. So it's a mix of that in the 1.6 million.
Okay, thank you, because it with a lot of the answers we get, the end-to-end reviews is going to be critical because we're waiting on that. Just one last one, I suppose, just to go back, because I've touched on the community and voluntary sector, and I suppose just that supports within the plans, the inclusive support for the community and voluntary sector, and again the strategy. But I'm just thinking about the Belfast Wade, the early years pilot, the importance of that there, and has the department costed any long-term funding model for the sector to help with staff retention and stabilisation?
Well, the Belfast Wide Early Years project is actually funded through First Start funding, so it's not funded at all through the 25 million that we have here. And I know that there is work ongoing to assess, the impact of it, its effectiveness, and consider what long-term arrangements would be appropriate. But it's not part of the package that we've been implementing, but it obviously is part of the wider early years agenda, so we're very interested in it in terms of the ongoing strategy.
Okay, but so there's nothing really concrete then when we're talking about the draft strategy then when it comes to the community and voluntary sector?
Well, the wider community and voluntary sector, absolutely. Like, the community and voluntary sector are a key delivery partner across all of these strands. Like, even if you looked at the list of organisations that are delivering the Pathway Fund, it is a list, an amazing list of community involved, and maybe we provide you with that sort of level of detail, because sometimes I don't think we can look down, we look at a figure and say the Pathway Fund has done this, but it's actually 175 individual groups, some of them very specialist, very niche, and they will remain key partners. The same in the preschool programme, a major partner in delivering expansion and standardisation.
No, thank you. I suppose that's going to be the importance of us getting the strategy in front of us so we can delve into it. So no, that's my questions. Thanks very much.
And just before I bring Peter in, I just think on the Pathway Fund, I think obviously the additional investment going into that was very welcome. Absolutely. From speaking to the providers who access that, the uncertainty that they feel year on year and relying on that, which is, it's not a stable pot of funding in that regard. So again, it's probably more of an observation than a question, but I think anything that can be done to provide really reliable, secure funding for those settings who we know are delivering really good work, but I think they feel almost every year they have to go back and justify, look, we're still doing good work and we have money to do it. And it creates concerns. They would worry about, will we be able to keep the staff on that we have, and relying on that grant funding can be challenging, because I'm really pleased to hear you give that credit to those groups. They are doing amazing work, and I think we'll all meet them in our constituencies, but it was just anything to make that more reliable, more stable.
We have moved it to a 2-year funding cycle now, so it to provide that bit more certainty. But again, as you say, it is dependent on getting the confirmation of funding each year.
Okay, Peter.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got just one really. It would be churlish of me not to say well done to the team for getting the programme out so quickly, and congratulate the Minister, of course, on some of the things that we've talked about this afternoon, although I am also cognizant that this work didn't just start in February, and you guys have been working very hard on it for a while. Paul, we've talked a lot about this 25 million, which is really the gateway to a lot of the things that we've been talking about. So the 25 million pounds, is it ring-fenced by the executive to use in this area, or does the Department of Education actually have the money? If that's
No, the Department of Education has the money, but it's ring-fenced to use for these purposes. So the Minister put forward a package that would cost, well, he had initially bid for more. He was told his allocation was 25 million, and we then developed a package to that amount.
Okay. And so the next question then is this included in the baseline for the Department of Education budget going forward?
No.
Okay. So you want to explain what the implications of that would be? Because we've talked a lot about, this raising up. It's 25 million this year. It's going up to 55 next year. So what are the implications of it not being baselined in the department's budget?
Well, if we don't get it, we won't be able to continue with pretty much anything that we've started this year. It's at this stage an additional separate bid for 55 million to continue with what we've been doing. Obviously, the objective would be to baseline as much of this as possible. But the alternative is that we get 55 million as a ring-fenced pot or more, depending on if we want to expand. But it's clearly a vulnerability. Having said that, we do take comfort from the fact that it's within the draft programme for government, that it's a key priority. There is a lot of commitment, it seems, certainly around the executive table. And on that basis, we're proceeding. But we have, we've everything pretty much we've stood up this year would be in difficulty if we don't get that funding.
Okay. So as the programme develops and goes into second year and has a projected requirement, and I understand the way that you guys would have put together that 55 million figure, this is really contingent on the executive finding the money to say, yes, here is, for example, next year, £55 million. It's ring fenced in the same way as this year, so you've got to spend it on this. But that is a year-on-year process, and you just wait to hear, will it be uplifted in the next budget?
Well, that's the way we're operating at the moment. Whether we will have to operate like that forever is a different matter, and hopefully not. But I guess it was pretty a unique position this year in that the executive returned. There was a clear desire to do something quickly, and that's how the funding was allocated. But I accept that it's not the most stable basis on which to proceed for the longer term, particularly initiatives like the standardisation of preschool, which once you start, you can't really stop. Otherwise, you do end up leaving people behind, which was the question earlier around what if, everybody can't go at the same time, even if we had all the money in the world. There's a capacity of the sector. These things need to be phased. They need to be phased in a sensible way that doesn't knock out places. But yet we need the stability to know that it will be there every year as and when we need it.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Peter, Kathy, you were looking to come in with just something extra. We are okay for time, and I maybe have one small question as well, so I'll give everyone a bit of latitude if anyone else has anything desperately pressing, as we are okay for time.
Thanks, Chair. No, Paul, it was really welcome to hear you saying whenever Danny asked the question around special educational needs, and I get at the minute that it's within early years, but there is a real issue there with childcare settings as well, because these are children who probably or most likely aren't statemented yet. But there's providers there who are having to go above and beyond basically to try and care for these children. And I know that there's parents out there who just childcare isn't an option. And what I was wanting to ask just was around the home childcare the home childminders going into their homes. Is that something that is being looked at specifically or within the childcare strategy? Because I know it's something that's been identified by a lot of parents that could be a real solution for them.
Yeah, we're working with the Department of Health and who are working with Patricia Loosley-Mooney and NICMA in the organisation and there's actually been some money allocated this year to look at a pilot, and that work is going on at the moment.
That's great. And sorry, one smaller thing, just on the pathway funding. Something that was mentioned to us was around there's been a slight tweak in some of the criteria for the pathway funding that some groups have a real concern about that might, it's maybe something I can pick up offside with you or write to you specifically about, but they have a real concern about that tweak And I know again that there's criteria that needs to be met and things like that, but how it might disadvantage some in that pathway funding.
You know, is it about socially
social economy model?
Yeah.
It was something, each year we review the pathway fund and we take feedback, you know, on how it's been applied, and it came overwhelmingly to us that it actually disadvantaged the areas that we were aiming to support, which were areas of social and educational disadvantage. The providers there were clear in telling us that it wasn't a requirement to be a social economy model, but you scored more if you were. So and because it's a competitive fund, your score means whether you would get funding or not. You know, if it doesn't, if we haven't enough funding to fund all those that apply. So we were hearing clearly from a lot of providers, voluntary and community providers, that it required them to charge fees and to increase their fees annually, which meant that it was more difficult for them to score in that, and that meant that they were less likely to get funding. So on that basis, it was agreed with the Minister at the time, Minister Weir, that would be changed so that it's not something that they score against. We changed it to one of governance and accountability so that it's strengthening the capacity of those settings, and they're getting governance support as part of Pathway and developing them to make them more sustainable. So that was the.
It doesn't actually disadvantage those who are social economy.
No, it doesn't in any way, because they will still apply for their 6 criteria. So they will apply for all of those in the same way that all the others will.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
And I feel obliged to open up to either Pat or Michelle. I've been very giving Kathy a lot of latitude there. Either of you have anything else just to add? I know it's been a session we've all been looking forward to, but okay. We're all okay. That's grand. I want to thank you for your time this afternoon. It's been a really, really helpful evidence session, and we look forward to seeing how this does roll on beyond the initial investment and with the development of the strategy. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So any actions arising from that as the
we don't have to quorum for decision making just now, actually, but I will pick up the items that I've highlighted, and I would have thought the committee would like to write about them. So there was a question about the update on SEND implications in childcare sector, where providers don't want to turn children away, but their specific needs may not be met.
Specifically, I think on the Fair Play grant.
On the Fair Play,
okay. As to whether that was did settings miss out? I think the question was, did settings miss out because the budget ran out, or because they didn't meet the criteria? Because I certainly have had contact from settings who are saying we didn't get a grant, and we just told we just didn't get a grant. So.
Okay. I think a list of Tranche 3 projects was one of the requests, a list of the 22 new super output areas that have been brought into, that are bringing people into Sure Start, and a list of the groups impacted by the Pathway Fund as well.
Yeah, there's quite a number of lists that
there were quite a few lists,
those lists,
that would be helpful.
So were you happy that your other questions were fairly bottomed out, yeah?
To be fair, I thought the officials were
it was a useful session,
it was,
very open, I thought, contrast to some other sessions.
Yes, yeah, I definitely felt there was a willingness to engage with the questions there, which is welcome. Like, obviously frustrating we don't have quorum, because it does make probably moving through the next item difficult as well in terms of correspondence and forward work plan. In terms of actions arising from that, are we able to circulate that with members and to get agreement, or do we need to carry that forward to next week?
With this, I can ask members by correspondence. Do they agree to write to the department? And there's our quorum. In any case,
can we just before we lose quorum again, can we just check in terms of the actions sort of arising that the department said they would share? We agree. We will write for all of that information to seek clarity. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Correspondence and forward work plan. Kathy's going to leave.
Yeah, I'll just. I mean, if you, what sort of a time scale are we on? Like,
well, we're supposed to be there for 4:30, and it's now.
Right. Okay.
We're actually asking to say. Somebody at the speaker said, "Where's Kathy Mason?" So.
I don't think there's anything in terms of that's fine if you need to leave that. You need to leave, that's understood. So the next item on the agenda is correspondence. It does just mean there may be some items we need to just carry forward or deal with by circulating with members by correspondence, but I don't think there's anything that's likely to present a huge issue. So I'll work through it, and if you're content then to circulate by correspondence just to get final agreement on how we deal with any of this, and then the same with anything we agree on forward work planning. So in your packs, pages 69 to 91 and pages 186 to 189 of table papers, we have 9 items provided there. A summary note is at page 6. So other than anything that's in the summary note, so the only things I'd wanted to draw out, it's not a huge amount of correspondence this week. Item 9.5 is correspondence from the Committee for Finance, and it was seeking views on the extension of bereavement services around how we were disposing of that. I feel we disposed with that and dealt with that item last week, and I'm content to note if members are agreed. Again, we'll have to circulate this by correspondence. Yep. Item 9.6 on page 80 is correspondence from the Committee for the Economy. It's a response from the Department of the Economy on the 14 to 19 framework. Again, I would want to propose we note, I think we considered some of those issues last week and did agree to write to the Department for the Economy and seek a briefing, Department of Education on this, and seek a briefing, so I think that is dealt with.
Just to confirm, we're going to get something more substantial in writing on this before the briefing, because it could be a while before we get that oral briefing. And I met with a parent the other day in terms of the SEN side of this, who, you were with me, who really the urgency around this is acute if there's going to be any kind of legislation. So if we could get a substantial update on that in writing ASAP and then follow up with the oral briefing, absolutely, but I don't think... Can I check on
that, Ben, that it was agreed last week that we went to the Department for an update on the 14 to 19 framework? Can I check that was an agreed action? I know we certainly agreed to factor it into the forward work plan.
Yeah, but I think we were looking at forward work planning like down the line a bit.
Yeah, so was there a request for a written update on this stuff in a bit more detail? Did that go?
I'm not sure, but
if it's not, can we note that as a proposed action, and again we can put that into a block of actions from correspondence then. Okay. Item 9.8, it's the copy of the Northern Ireland Audit Office report into managing the school's estate. This is a really substantial report, and I think it covers issues that we really need to be looking at in detail in the committee. So I would want to propose that we invite the Audit Office to present the report and to allow members to look at it in a bit more detail, and also just to ensure that we do have that briefing in the pipeline, or at least a request on the capital side from the finance officials in the department.
That has gone.
That has gone.
They have been asked for that, yes.
And our members agreed then that we invite the Audit Office in to present that report. Agreed. Item 9.8 on page 186 of table papers. It's an invitation to visit Glenveigh Special School. Now, we already have a request in with for the concurrent health committee meeting to have a meeting at the Middletown Centre for Autism, but I mean, I actually think it would be really good for the committee to hold a session in a special school and to visit that setting. I think it would really add to our work and our thinking around SEND. Would members be agreed that we accept that invitation? Agreed. And item 9.9, page 187 of tabled papers, is a copy of correspondence from the Buddy Bear Trust to the Minister of Education about the lack of support and funding that they receive. So I would want to propose initially that we share that with the Minister and seek views on the funding of the school, and we can decide from there how we proceed with that. Are we agreed? Item 9.10, page 189 of tabled papers, is a response from the Minister regarding his attendance at committee. The Minister states that he is happy to attend the committee, and that it was diary clashes that had caused the issues prior to that. I mean, I hope it is soon in 2025 when we can get the Minister in, but other than that, I propose we note unless there's anything else anyone wants to raise. But we hope to see him early in 2025, I think would be my main takeaway from that. And then we also have item 9.11, which is correspondence from the Youth Assembly, and that is in relation to a vote they took in their most recent plenary session around the mobile phone magnetic pouches pilot. Quite a resounding view, I think, based on that vote, that the Youth Assembly weren't too happy with it as a policy intervention. So I would suggest that we share that with the department and maybe ask them to come back and advise what engagement with young people they undertook in relation to designing that pilot and what engagement there will be with young people should there be any further policy development in this area. Would members agreed?
Agreed.
So on the Economy Committee's letter last week, the committee agreed to schedule a briefing from the department and also to write to say where's the action plan, what's been done with the budget.
So we do have that. We do have correspondence away. That's good to know. Okay. Other than that, all with the caveat that it needs to be agreed by members via correspondence. Are we content to dispose of the correspondence as per the summary note at page 6 of tabled papers? Agreed as far as we can be. So item 10 then is the forward work programme. I think probably at this stage there's probably no value in trying to endorse the forward work plan as we don't have quorum, but if you want to speak to that as the committee clerk, just in terms of where we're at, I have a one small proposal just to make, and then other than that I think we can maybe carry that forward to next week.
Okay, so the plan envisages that as the committee agreed to, we will hear as much evidence as possible up until the end of January on the RSE inquiry, and that people who had already been given a commitment that they would come to the main meeting, that would be honoured, and other than that people would be encouraged to approach in writing. So I've had some contacts about that in the background. One of them was from Love for Life and another in the Christian Institute. Parent Kind, I managed to find a slot because I think we haven't heard very much from parents, and there are some of the perspectives of the academics that are still in the programme in end of January, who have a particular slant that hasn't been heard just in terms of the jurisdiction they come from. And I've spoken to Middletown.
Okay, that's good.
They're investigating whether their location can take us and the health committee, and the BWEY as well are looking forward to seeing a visit from the committee at the Ormo site.
Okay. No, that's great. Just on the RSE inquiry, I would want to suggest that I don't think we should be taking anything other than what is scheduled, or if there is an invite in the pipeline, any new oral briefings. I think that extending it to January, we've probably, I think, other than the ones that you've referenced, I think I think we're at a point where we've had a really good comprehensive suite of evidence heard. Certainly happy for more written briefings to come through, but I think that we really will be putting our work programme under a lot of pressure if we look to squeeze too much more in between now and the end of January. I don't know if other members have a view on that.
Agree with you, John.
Sure, just to check. So in terms of the organisations that Eileen's referenced there, I do note that Alliance for Choice are in there for the 11th of December, and that was a very recent thing. Even at what point are we with Love for Life and the Christian Institute in terms of getting them in for then sort of an oral briefing?
Am I right saying an invite has gone to Love for Life? I think there's been contact made in regards to that, but no date confirmed.
But the Christian Institute, I was proposing to them an informal contact because we didn't have very many slots left. We didn't have any slots left on the main meeting.
Okay.
So that's what I've gone back with. I mean, I did say that if there were any cancellations that.
Look, I'm conscious we don't have quorum here, and probably so this is maybe a discussion to carry over.
That's okay. I realise that no decisions can be taken.
We can't really make a decision on this. So look, I mean, I think if members can take that away, and for anyone who tunes in to see what happened in their absence, we just have a think about forward work planning, because we need to make a call. Just it's starting to look pretty cluttered already for January. Okay, so that's forward work planning, and then that just takes us to any business of which I'm not aware of anything else. No. And then that item 12 is date, time and place of next meeting. Next meeting scheduled Wednesday the 20th of November, room 29, Parliament Buildings. And again, I don't know without quorum whether we can do this, but I'll put the question that the committee meeting does not adjourn. We agreed? Yep. Great.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room